Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome all of you to this very special World Tourism Day Celebration 2023. We are truly honored to be all gathered here today in Riyadh. And this is an annual event commemorated on the 27th of September every year since 1980. And actually, the date marks the anniversary of the adoption of the statutes of the organization in 1970. And then this paved the way for the establishment of the UN World Tourism Organization 5 years later. Now, I just want to take a quick moment to say, wow, what an amazing turnout we have here today. We have more than 500 government officials, industry leaders, and experts from 120 countries. Absolutely fantastic. In fact, this year's celebration is the biggest and most impactful World Day celebration in its 43-year history. Congratulations, everybody. It's a day, ladies and gentlemen, that really serves to remind us of the profound significance of tourism and its impact on our people, planet, and our prosperity. And the theme of this year's World Tourism Day celebration is tourism and green investments. And because this is such a special day and celebration, سيداتي وسادتي أهلا وسهلا بكم في رياض أهلا وسهلا بكم في السعودية أنا ماريا راموس أنا مذيع في TRT World في إسطنبول أنا سعيدة جدا بالعودة في المملكة العربية السعودية يوم سياحة عالمي سعيد. Happy World Tourism Day 2023 to all of you. Now, once again, I'm Maria Ramos. I'm a TV news anchor at TRT World, and I am truly honored to be your Master of Ceremonies here today in Riyadh. Ladies and gentlemen, the new reality shaped by COVID-19 calls for a new paradigm shift in investments and also a call for diversification in tourism investment. And the UNWTO really sees investments as the linchpin of the sector's recovery and future growth. World Tourism Day 2023 is more than a celebration. It is a call to action, action for more precise and targeted investments. And together, we all have the power to really redefine the future of tourism. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Al Khatib, Minister of Tourism of Saudi Arabia, who will deliver his opening remarks. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria. You did an amazing job in speaking in Arabic. I wish you will continue. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A very good morning, Excellencies, esteemed guests. I'm proud to welcome you, my friends from all over the world. Can you believe it that we have tourism officials from over 100 nations in this room today? For some of you, it is your first time in our country, and I hope you feel incredibly welcome. For the many of you that are returning, I hope you feel enthusiastic by the change you have witnessed since your last visit. Now, as a Saudi, we are excited by the travel and exploration. And so for us, it is a privilege and an honor to be hosting the World Tourism Day here in Riyadh. Now, just this year alone, I have been blessed to personally visit over half of your countries, with many more to come this year. Thank you to Expo 2030. Now, just this year alone, I have been blessed personally to visit half of your countries, with more to come this year, from the Pacific Islands to the nation of Africa, from Asia to the Caribbean and South America, and from Europe to the Middle East. And the warm reception you all gave me, I extend to you here in Riyadh. You are all welcome in Saudi Arabia, and I look forward to talking with all of you in the next few days. Now we are here to talk about tourism, and is one of the world's most important economic sector. It employs in every 10 people, it employs 1 in every 10 people on earth, and provides living to thousands and hundreds of millions more. For some countries, and many in this room, it can represent over 20% of their GDP. I would like to quickly look back over how tourism has come as a global industry. Now, in 1970, world tourism and travel was less than 3% of global GDP, and today it is recovering strongly from the pandemic and moving rapidly to the 10%. As a sector, it has gone from 180 million travelers in the early 70s to nearly 1.5 billion travelers in 2019. That is around 700% increase. Let's just stop to think of that growth for a moment. It is incredible. And we see the number of tourists growing day on day on day. And I believe we will soon be back to 1 billion travelers globally per year, and I don't think we will stop there. That number could actually double again in the next decade. So the question I ask is, where will these extra 1 billion or 2 billion visitors actually will go? About 70% of travel and tourism is supported by around 10% of the world countries. So I ask the question again, why? Why can't we create new horizons for tourism? Why can't this sector grow in a more balanced and fair way? Where and why can't we all benefit? Why do we have to stand and watch sunsets we have seen times after times after time, when we can actually embrace new experiences and brighter dawns? Here is how I see it. Tourism is not a zero-sum game. It is not a race where some must lose for some else to win, where the big countries take all and the smaller countries to suck up what is left. I believe we can all advance together. Every single country in this room, every single corner of this world. But to go there, we must help smaller countries realize their ambitions. And that, for me, is about connectivity. Some of the places I visited on my travel don't have the benefit of direct flights from major cities, something that all of us take for granted, and that is a big problem for connectivity. We know that tourists are far less likely to go somewhere if we have to change planes and sometimes multiple planes. Studies reveal that, in fact, 50%, that is over half of all travelers, say they won't go to that destinations if they need to make 2 stops or 3 stops. So one can see how an island like Barbados thrives, because not only it is a beautiful, exclusive island offering an incredible cultural experience, but also has direct flight from London, New York, and multiple other cities. So connectivity is crucial for us as a growing sector. But the smaller countries also need investments. Often it is like chicken and egg situation. Connectivity follow investment, but investment follow connectivity. So which come first? Now, to bring a new dawns for global tourism, we must find a way to help smaller countries break out of this very difficult trap. Government indeed. My governments can play a critical role in opening that gates for international investment, helping the private sector to access vast pool of global capital to build the facilities that visitors expect and visitors need. And we achieve this here in Saudi Arabia. We are living proof this can happen. But I have also seen how things can be done and how people are doing it in other places around the world. Jamaica, Bahamas, Fiji. And I have often witnessed the power of a regional approach, local destinations not competing, but instead collaborating to attract investment and new visitors. And I believe that if countries can unite, genuinely unite regionally and even globally, then the opportunities for this sector can multiply. Everyone in this room can help to build bridges between countries, between the public and the private sector. As I have seen this year, my very own eyes, there are spectacular destinations in all continents and oceans that are just waiting to be discovered. Of course, this needs to be done responsibly and sustainably. But the opportunity is there. If we pull together as a global sector and advance as one, with one global destination, we can achieve amazing things. Let me try and paint a picture of how things can be changed. So rather than long queues at airports, through tourism saturation, where frustrating experience and overcrowded attractions will happen time and time again, we can instead use technology and skillfully improve journeys across the world. There are ways we can harness data and technology to smooth every step of a journey from even before someone book online. We are seeing it already. The social media age is dramatically expanding travel horizons. And now I argue you to go even to smaller town, somewhere in Chile, and you will see Saudi there. Why? It is because of technology. Technology has made it so much more accessible. But for all the advantages of technology, I see a future. The human element is still absolutely central to our industry. In other sectors, automation threatening jobs. But in tourism, I believe we are always an engine of jobs. an engine of jobs creation and will continue to be for many decades. We faced a devastating loss of job during the pandemic, but they are coming back and coming back fast. The desire for human interaction is strong all over the world. When you arrive in Riyadh, I want you to be able to speak to the taxi driver, hotel staff, and waiters, and they will give you the courtesy of the history and the culture of this country. I want you to make new friends and hear stories everywhere you go, because when you will actually experience Arabian hospitality, something we are very proud of here. And tourism is all about social and cultural interaction in that experience. This is the culture of hospitality that many of you will have seen, shown by me personally, and I hope we'll find here in Saudi Arabia. And with that, I welcome you again to Riyadh. So let's celebrate our achievements in coming back strongly from a very challenging pandemic. But let's also travel with a confidence into the future. A future where large countries and smaller countries can work together to achieve amazing things. And let's all move in harmony towards a new horizon for a global tourism. And again, I welcome you all and thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for really opening and framing our day today with such positivity and so beautifully. Thank you so much. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage His Excellency Mr. Zurab Pololikashvili, Secretary General of the World Tourism Organization. Secretary General, welcome to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum and very happy World Tourism Day. Before I start my speech today, it's a very emotional and very important day. As it was mentioned, we never celebrated last 40, maybe 100 or 140 years, this kind of big celebration of World Tourism Day. But before I start, I want to express on behalf of our community, our friends and our ministers, our condolences to Morocco, what happened 3 weeks ago. Still, we are very touched. The same what happened in Turkey and Syria. The ministers are here, and I want to express on behalf of all of us. And Saudi Arabia was one of the first country, the first day, who supported all these 3 cases very strongly. So, again, I'm very happy to be back to Riyadh. Today I will talk a little bit more how many times I visited not on the world. This is I will report during General Assembly in Uzbekistan, but I will talk a little bit more about what is happening in Saudi Arabia and what is happening in investments in this beautiful country. So, dear Excellency, dear friend, Minister of Tourism, dear Ahmed Al-Khatib, dear ministers, again, it's never happened, and we have more than 45 ministers, 100 delegations and 500 representatives of different countries from all over the world today, and it's a big celebration, and thank you to put as much and as top level this day. We'll end it with Julia Simpson. And I want to mention the presence of private sector, which is very important for investment forums. Especially Julia told me that, Zurab, when and why we don't do something big event together. Julia, it's your event. Don't think that it's only mine or Saudi Arabia's event. It's for everyone. And without private sector, it's impossible to make things projects or development together. So welcome to all of you. I want to welcome again ministers, all delegations who took their planes and connectivity. I agree with His Excellency. It's a big challenging issue for everyone. And you are here. You are here from Americas, from Europe, from Asia and Pacific and Africa. I saw many ministers this morning. And it's an honor to greet you. We begin our World Tourism Day celebration. Today we come together around the power of tourism, and World Tourism Day is our call to action to make clear why our sector matters for everyone and everywhere. And today this call is louder than ever. Here in Riyadh we welcome hundreds of delegates, more than 50 ministers of tourism, business leaders, community representatives, media from every region. This morning I saw that in all international media, it's first time again celebrating and announcing the World Tourism Day. It never happened. So thank you, all of you. I say welcome to today's celebration. It showcase the diversity of our sector, but they also show how strongly we are united around a common theme. Tourism and green investments makes clear what our sector needs to deliver on our sustainability ambitions. Today, we'll explore the biggest challenges and the biggest opportunities to do more and to do better. It will be a day of asking big questions and identifying solutions. But above all, it will be a day of cooperation and friendship. And since we are among friends, for now I will leave the formalities to one side, and if I may, I will speak you from my heart. For many of you, this could be your first visit, as Minister mentioned, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But I remember my first time in 2018, almost as soon as I took my role, I came straight to the Kingdom. That is where our story started. I met Minister, our dear friend, Minister Al-Khatib, for the first time then, and he has a picture of that meeting. This is the very first meeting of ours before we had a conversation by phone. A very happy memory to share with you. And we began as colleagues, and very quickly we became also good friends. As I mentioned, he's a friend of all of you, I know. I was also immediately won over by Minister enthusiasm and belief in the power of tourism. And it became immediately clear to me that the Kingdom's strong belief in tourism would be backed up by strong actions. That very same day, I had the honor of meeting with His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, and again I was blown away by his ambition. Right away, it was clear that these were not empty words. Many of people and many of my friends, they are talking, no, Zurab, they are talking it's not real. His Royal Highness set out his vision 2030 to me. I'm talking about 5 or 6 years ago. And he made clear the role tourism would play in achieving it. There and then, he shared with me details of 5 tourism projects already underway. You see all ministers, all cabinet of ministers, they were sitting. This is historic photo, by the way. This is when the tourism started in Saudi Arabia. In Saudi everything is big, no? But in very big building, in the Riyadh you will visit, I'm sure, in these days, and you will see the total change of that place. And we were discussing how to build, how to support, what can we do, and what are the next steps to develop tourism sector, and shared the details with the 5 tourist projects already underway, as I mentioned. And then the next day at the workshop, we hosted, and he shared even more details. These were concrete plans and not just the words. I was won over there and then, and looking into this room, I am sure that this is the feeling we all share. Above all, His Royal Highness stressed his determination to make the Kingdom more accessible and the fast forward to opening of Saudi Arabia to the world. And only 1 year later, this which came true. In 2019, the Kingdom officially opened its door to international tourists. Let us not forget the opening happening on World Tourism Day. That year, the official celebration, 27th of September, was planned and as you know, we are always planning the year before in India. And that morning I was in Delhi, in New Delhi, hosted by our good friends from India. You see the magnitude of the event. I mean, the vice president attended, and it was a wonderful occasion as always. But I knew big things were happening here in the kingdom the same day, and the e-visa was being launched, a huge moment. And guess who got the very first tourist e-visa, number 005, and it's there on the screen. So it's an honor, it's historical. Maybe in 50 years, I will sell it on the auction. So I decided to defy time zones and flew against the clock destinations Riyadh. After more than 3,000 kilometers, I joined my second World Tourism Day celebration. It happened. Don't worry, I will not leave you today. I will be with you at the fantastic dinner, and I hosted under the leadership and vision of His Excellency. This clearly was the beginning of something exciting the kingdom was see to transform the tourism sector. Since then, our friendship and partnership has only deepened. This was especially true during the pandemic. COVID was a shock to all of us, but it did not stop us or even slow us down. You see, in masks, we were traveling, we were visiting the different parts of the kingdom. The kingdom showed the world just how determined our sector was to keep moving. Our regional office for the Middle East was built in record time, all during the pandemic. Again, nobody believed that it will happen. You know, in 1 year, the doors opened in May 2021. We had the pleasure of welcoming Her Royal Highness Princess Haifa. Thank you, Princess, to be again with us, of course, always, and Deputy Minister of Tourism. I'm sure that many of you know her personally. And it was really historic day for all of us. We had Minister of Investment that day and many ministers celebrating together. Again, you see it in the screen that we are all in masks. It's still pandemic time. And of course, Minister Al-Khatib was the guest of honor along the dignitaries from across the region and the world. And the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, also sent his congratulations, and he predicted the regional office would support the growth of rural tourism development worldwide. He was right. Today, the office is staffed with the top talent. It's a global knowledge hub above all for tourism, innovation, and for tourism and rural development. Many of you will have heard about our Best Tourism Villages project. I always called it a star and one of my and our favorite project, and that's run out of our Riyadh office. It has captured the imagination of destinations and travelers everywhere. So far, we have recognized 116 rural destinations as of today as best tourism villages. Among them is Alula, right here in the kingdom. This was the location of our first meeting of best tourist villages this past February. It's a great example of how tourism can preserve history and culture. So too is Diriyah, right here in Riyadh, the original home of all House and South, now was tourist for everywhere with its history. But Saudi tourism is about so much more than celebrating the past. This is a country that is always looking forward, and in big ways. We call it Saudi way, everything big, everything very big. And what can we say about NEOM? You heard a lot, and I'm sure that when you saw first pictures and photos about NEOM, you were thinking that it's not reality, but yes, it is. This are not on the picture, it will be reality in 2 or 3 years. So this is what ambition looks like. So too does the Red Sea development project. This is the future of tourism being built right here and right now. In less than 5 years, the kingdom has gone from an unknown to a must-see destination. I am confident that countries everywhere are inspired by this example and will follow it themselves. But dear friends, the kingdom is so much more than a destination. If I may put my work that head back on for a moment, the World Tourism Organization is led by its members, Our strength and influence depend on them. I am proud to say we count on the support of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the highest level. In June last year, the Kingdom hosted our Executive Council for its 116th session. Out of this came the Jeddah Call to Action. That was a commitment to rethink tourism governance at every level so that we can all keep adapting to the challenges faced to tourism as a global driver for recovery. And this year we have also enjoyed our warm hospitality and strong support. In March, we held our senior management retreat here, the first time ever it has been held outside of our home city, Madrid, and we made the first retreat here in Riyadh. Without doubt, the Kingdom is our valued ally and strong supporter of UNWTO and our projects. Our members have demonstrated confidence in Saudi Arabia as an emerging global tourism leader. By acclamation, our Executive Council elected His Excellency as its chair of Executive Council in 2023. Right from the beginning, Minister Al-Khatib has brought his unique and valuable energy, ideas, and sense of determination to the role. We share a common vision for our sector, like in importance of investments, jobs, and education. In Jeddah, during our Executive Council, in June last year, the Kingdom announced its plan to train 100,000 people in tourism jobs, a huge statement of intent which is already being implemented. And together we will support many thousands more across the region as they begin their tourism careers. I will not talk more about education because today we have several presentations and I will talk a lot today, I'm sorry, but education is #1 priority for me, for UNWTO, for your countries, for all of us, for tourism industry. Without education, it's impossible we can build bridges, hotels, infrastructure, but without people, it's impossible to develop, and I feel it from you when we meet and we talk. The #1 priority for all of us, it's education, and we will repeat it many, many times during our visits. Those set to enjoy the benefits our sector offers include women and young people. The project I mentioned about 100,000 Saudis training during this next 3-5 years. For lots of them, it will be a first step towards economic independence and empowerment. The Kingdom is also a top investor in tourism. Our latest tourist investment report with the Financial Times, and I want to thank the Vice President who is attending our meeting of Financial Times, show this very clearly. The Kingdom is now the second biggest place for foreign direct investments projects in all the Middle East and Africa. With a skilled workforce and with the physical and digital infrastructure in place, Saudi Arabia will continue to grow as a global tourism leader. Ladies and gentlemen, today we celebrate the most ambitious World Tourism Day on record. I thank you all for making the effort to join our day in the calendar of global observance. The first one was held more than 40 years ago now, but since then it has grown together with our sector. World Tourism Day has reflected the biggest changes and challenges of tourism, and so it's only fitting we hold the 2023 celebrations here in Riyadh. Now we'll look to the future and to build a legacy. We are honored to count on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a travel companion along this journey. And what a journey it has been. These past 4 years, Kingdom has been an important driver of tourism transformation. I'm proud to have been able to also contribute to this success story. Your Excellency, congratulations on this remarkable achievement, and thank you once again for the support and above all for your friendship. Yes, to the next 5 years. So shukran and welcome to Riyadh, welcome to Saudi Arabia, and happy World Tourism Day and all the best to all our countries, all our families are involved and working in tourism, and to all our colleagues from all over the world. Thank you very much.
Secretary General, thank you so much for that speech, and it was fantastic to hear you share your journey, your experience from the beginning of Saudi Arabia's tourism story with that first visa and, of course, that photo with His Royal Highness. Now, let's talk a bit more about Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Tourism, established recently in 2020. And it marks a significant milestone in the kingdom's journey, especially since opening its doors to international tourists in 2019, as we just heard there from the Secretary General. Now, the Ministry of Tourism is at the forefront of really realizing Saudi Arabia's vision for a thriving tourism sector. And this vision resonates deeply with the goals of the UNWTO, an organization that is really dedicated to making tourism a cornerstone of trust and international cooperation and a key driver of growth and opportunity. And now, to delve deeper into this crucial theme and to set the stage for our discussions today, it gives me great pleasure to invite Ms. Natalia Bayona, Executive Director of the UNWTO, to the stage, and she will present the UNWTO's Global Tourism Investment Framework, focused on the strategic direction that will shape our deliberations. Natalia, the stage is yours. Bienvenida.
Thank you so much, Maria, speaking Spanish here in Saudi. And dear Secretary General, dear Minister Al-Khatib, Her Highness Princess Haifa, dear ministers, I'm very happy today. I see a lot of friends from the academic sector, the CEOs of top academic institutions, CEOs of the private sector, Julia from WTTC, startups that are working to foster investments today. So there's a lot to celebrate. But let's talk a little bit about facts and figures. Where is the world today when it comes to investments? So before starting talking about tourism investments, let's talk a bit on where is the world, where is the economic, all the economic sectors when it comes to investments. So I have to say that this graphic speaks by itself. Before COVID, we have been going up and down in global investments in all the sectors. World full of instability. And foreign direct investments grew 54% in 2021, reaching $1.6 trillion, but declined 12% in 2022 until $1.3 trillion. And this was thanks to geopolitics and the war in Ukraine. When there is instability, where there's no safety, where there's no security, there's no investments. And despite the fact that the world is facing instability, I have to say that UNCTAD Global Investment Report says that 70% of developing countries are accounting the global foreign direct investment, and the value of announced greenfield projects in the service sector grew by 68%. And this is crucial because tourism is inside the service sector and is the most important indicator from the overall economic sectors. And this map, this shows who are the leading top investors in the world. And by far, we have seen here that the mature countries are investing. US is the top investor of the world. Second one is China, with 251 projects. And then we go to Japan, and then Germany, UK, Canada, Sweden, Australia. So finally, to conclude, developed countries and the more mature countries are investing. But remember the last slide, 70% is going to the developing countries. So what is happening now in tourism? The panorama is absolutely different, and I love it. Because when it comes to traditional investments, this is crucial. This job has been doing, this data is thanks to the partnership that we have with the Financial Times. I would like, as Secretary General said, to thank Jacopo, the editor that is here today with us, because 2,400 projects were announced. $175 billion have been invested in tourism. But look at this data. 66% of tourism investments goes to hotels. Is not the moment to diversify investments and maybe to talk about another type of investments? Of course, investing in hotels is crucial, but we need to invest more in the other hundreds of subsectors that are part of the tourism chain. And more than almost 400,000 jobs were created thanks to tourism investments. And I love this graphic because this is really innovative, Secretary General and ministers. By far, the more mature region of the world is Europe, and by far is the most important when it comes to investments. 1,000 projects, $51 billion invested. But look at this. The Middle East is investing more in tourism than North America. North America, remember that the US is number 3 in the ranking of tourism, but the Middle East is investing $12 billion, North America $10 billion. When it comes to investments, Latin America and the Caribbean are investing more than North America. $27 billion are coming to Latin America on investments. And we have the challenge in Africa to keep growing and promoting more investments, $7.7 billion. So as His Excellency and SG said, this is time to diversify investments. This is time to promote together investment in all the destinations. And that's why we are here today. Top 10 foreign direct investors by nationalities. US, UK, Spain, France are the top investors. And that's normal because they are the most mature and they are the leading countries when it comes to tourism. But Saudi, again, Saudi had a performance of 8% growth when it comes to investments. What country has 80% of growth? And attracted 31 tourism foreign direct investments in the last 5 years. And when it comes to the receivers, so we have again, US, UK, Spain, Germany, UAE, Mexico, France. So we have, again, the more mature countries receiving investments. So that's why, again, it's time to diversify and to help others on their career to promote investments. And when it comes to job creation, Spain, China, and Mexico are leading the way. So it's not only about investments, it's about the quality of the investments. And when it comes to the subsectors, I already said 66% goes to hotel infrastructure, 16% goes to technology and innovation, and 9% goes to entertainment. So here is part of the answer of today. Investing, of course, in buildings is crucial, but we need to innovate, and of course, we need the people here to do it. Now let's go into, I have spoken about the traditional investment, but now let's jump into innovation and in technology. Where is tourism when it comes to technology and venture capital? So $48 billion invested in the last 5 years. I don't know if you remembered, but during the pandemic, tourism dropped by 74%, and the only indicator that maintained stable was the technology investment one. 22 billion investments were done only during the pandemic. 27% was invested in 2021 in a record year. And where we are, there's a lot to do here when it comes to technology and startups. 40% of the investments goes to travel startups, 25% goes to hospitality, 10% goes to air transportation, and here in North America, Europe, and Asia Pacific are leading the way. So, with this said, with the facts and figures, what are we doing and what do we need to do together? This is the traditional investment framework, and when we see and when we evaluate what are the countries doing to promote investments, they have financial and tax incentives, government regulations, investment strategy, and tax incentives. But that's not enough. We need to work more, and we need to innovate on the way we create investment frameworks. We need to go into a comprehensive new investment framework where we work together to invest in people, that is our talent, on education, in planet, that is investing in sustainability, and prosperity, that is investing in innovation and technology. Without these, without giving new incentives to the investors, we are not able to go and to make further growth into tourism. So what's people to me, and what's people to the UNWTO? People is everything. Remember that tourism is the most human economic sector. But we have a lot of challenges. I don't know if you know, but tourism is the top employer of youth. But 50% of youth working in tourism only have secondary skills. So how we can assure added value jobs if 50%, 2/3 of workers in Europe only have secondary skills? 16% of the global population are young people, but 1 in 5 of them were not on education, employment, or training in 2020. Up to 25% of tourism workers in the European Union have low-level qualifications, and we are talking about the most mature region. And by 2030, almost 1 million jobs in vocational training will be needed. And we have a very bright study. I'm not going to go into further details because surprises are coming here today. But I know, and I can say properly because I have been part of this project, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, by far, is the country that has been investing more on education, on the talent, and on the people. And I remember LG and Minister Al-Khatib and the UNWTO team that is here with us today, the first day when we came into the regional office, when you told us, if we want to promote tourism, we need the proper workforce. So today we signed 2 agreements. One is we are running on it to scale up the way people are educated worldwide through online education, to have millions of people from all around the world. And on the other side, some surprises will come related to on-the-ground training. On planet, where are the challenges and the opportunities for the business people? CO2 emissions from tourism are forecasted to increase by 25%. Only 1/4 of accommodations. I already said 60% of our investments are on hotels, but only 1/4 of accommodations, that is 26%, have a climate action plan. So are we building proper and sustainable buildings and proper and sustainable hotels? And 24.7 trillion is the investment opportunity in green buildings toward 2030. And last but not least, the pillar that is in my heart, prosperity. Because thanks to this pillar, I am a believer of this pillar, because this pillar helped me to be where I am today. Prosperity to us is innovation and youth empowerment. We need more of that, because young generations are here in the tourism sector. And remember that more than 80% of our tourism chain is thanks to the power of small and medium enterprises. So through our regional office, we have the honor today to present the winners of the Women in Technology Startup Competition, fostering and giving examples of how technology can be near the tourism sector and how youth can be empowered to create ventures and bright. And from the last 6 years, all our innovation programs that have been run have been helping more than 300 innovators that have been the winners, and thanks to their talent, this is a data from Crunchbase, they have funded, or they have assured funding from more than $2 billion. So it's true that prosperity is our future, and it's our present as well. So just to finish, this is what we are doing with the member states. We are working together, one by one, with all the member states. I see Minister Aziz is smiling because during the next General Assembly, we will launch properly this for Uzbekistan. We are working with more than 50 governments today to help them to create a new investment promotion through the creation of the UNWTO investment guidelines, to help them to assure that we have the proper incentives to make the private sector invest in people, in our planet, and in our prosperity. So remember, and just to kick off the sessions of today, people are in the center, are our top priority, because we are the most human economic sector. Sustainability, our planet, is our main goal. And last but not least, innovation and tech are here to bring us prosperity. I wish you all the best, and thank you, and happy World Tourism Day.
Natalia, thank you so much. Fantastic to see that enthusiasm, and to hear that the pillar in your heart is prosperity. And we are going to have very exciting announcements later on today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to a very special moment in our program to inaugurate our upcoming session entitled The Power of Tourism Building Bridges. It's my great privilege and pleasure to welcome the visionary that played a pivotal role in shaping the future of tourism here in Saudi Arabia and beyond, the Vice Minister of Tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Her Highness Princess Haifa Al Saud. The floor is yours.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, esteemed guests, welcome to Riyadh. I apologize if my voice is a bit like this, but it's freezing in this room, so I do apologize. I would like to start today by congratulating the United Nations World Tourism Organization, Your Excellency Zurab, on 43 years celebrating World Tourism Day, a platform created to give nations the chance to celebrate the vital role that the sector can play in advancing peace and prosperity. And we are extremely proud today to be hosting the largest forum ever of this event, as mentioned by both His Excellency Ahmed Al Khatib and His Excellency Zurab. We are very excited to be tackling a theme that is near and dear to our hearts under the umbrella of sustainability, specifically talking about and discussing tourism and green investments. This event stands as a testament to the power of collective action. Last year, in November, during the WTTC summit, I was pressed by Richard Quest on truly what collaboration can do and what we can do under the umbrella of collaboration. And I simply pointed to the room with over 250 investors that signed over $10 billion in the rooms across. And just to show what a platform such as this that brings together the collaboration of private and public sector can do. We strongly believe in the ability our sector has in bringing together people and building bridges. We are more than happy to celebrate the best tourism villages, as mentioned by His Excellency Zurab, that took place in Al-Ula, where 32 villages from around the world, representing 22 countries, were recognized. And I stand here once again in front of you today with over 500 government and business leaders in the room to ensure Saudi's continuous contribution to the sector, not just locally, but globally, with major initiatives that we shall be announcing within the next few hours with the aim to reaffirm our commitment to our planet, people, and prosperity. We know that tourism is a sector of the future, with historically 1 out of 10 jobs being created in this industry. That's the impact we can have on the world. We are privileged to have the power to shape this industry, and we have a collective responsibility to take action and create sustainable future. I challenge you all to make one new connection, forge one new relationship, and take one step forward in concrete action here today, because this is an opportunity that we cannot and should not pass. We know tourism can be a force of good. It brings people together, bridges cultures, and creates opportunity for 10% of our future workforce. So let me ask you, please, a simple question. What are you doing here to deliver for our young people of the future? Now, if you'll allow me to start this panel without further ado. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Highness. And I remember that moment with Richard Quest here last year. Fantastic, it really was. Okay, we continue. And travel, ladies and gentlemen, should not just simply be a business, but also a way of exploring and understanding our world and the diverse cultures that live in it. Ours is a diverse, interdependent, and interconnected world. It builds bridges between people, as we've been hearing, communities and nations, and now it's more relevant than ever after the tremendous shocks of COVID-19. And these are all topics that are relevant to our upcoming panel discussion focused on the power of tourism building bridges. And now to moderate this session, please welcome to the stage our fantastic moderator for today. For this session, Ms. Suzanne Kiampour, creator and host of Women Building Peace. The stage is yours, Suzanne. Thank you.
Shukran, Maria. It is my pleasure to invite to the stage now a wonderful cast, and we're going to have a fascinating conversation, I'm sure. I'd like to first welcome His Excellency, Mr. Mehmet Nuri Erasoy, and Miss Julia Simpson, if you could all join me on the stage. Ms. Julia Simpson, the CEO of WTTC, who we have mentioned multiple times. I'm looking forward to speaking with you. And Mr. Nika Gilauri, CEO of Reformatics, and Mr. Niall Gibbons, Tourism Sector, from NEOM, if you could please sit here, thank you. And Mr. Leo Wang, CEO of Swiss Education Group. Welcome. See, we're all getting acquainted. This is a good start. So we have lots to tackle. I think young people and the concerns around travel and sustainability and whether it's possible to be sustainable and travel and be a tourist is top of the agenda. But I'd like to start with a question from each of you, and I'll start with Your Excellency, and that is, if there's one thing from your perspective that you want the people in this room and the people watching to take away from World Tourism Day, what would that be?
I think young generation is very important. We have to inspire the young people to be our advocates and ambassadors of travel and tourism industry. We have to show them the benefits of tourism and travel sector, and we have to teach them the benefits of the sector. It's very important sector. Of course, it brings also problems to the destinations, but also very good benefits. For example, especially the employment for women and young generation, it helps too much. In our country especially we see that. And also it helps the communication between people, between countries. It's better to speak, to talk face to face each other, to understand each other. And especially in these years, it's very important. It helps to prevent wars between people. I think it's we need tourism and travel to understand each other.
Thank you. I'll have many questions to follow up on that, but we'll go around first. Thank you.
Thank you, Assalam. First of all, I wanted to say, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, Zurab, thank you very, very much for inviting myself and Arnold Donald, our chairman of the World Travel and Tourism Council, to celebrate this incredible day. I think if I had one takeout, I think I have to say how never underestimate what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is going to achieve in travel and tourism. And I say that because the very, very first day I had the pleasure of meeting His Excellency Al Khatib, I felt an energy, and we shared a conversation because I used to work with the former Prime Minister of the UK, and he was a very hungry, determined person who was going to do the right thing, not just for the people of the UK, but for the world. And I felt the same energy, the same determination, and it really is going to happen. You know, £800 billion worth of investment, we've seen the pictures, it is happening. And I think finally that can only happen with us working as a triangulate as we are here today, with us working with the United Nations as the private sector and working with governments. So that would be my take out for today. Watch this space.
We are all watching the keen eye.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank World Tourism Organization, Zurab Ligashvili, for this opportunity. I would like to thank Minister of Tourism, His Excellency Al Khatib, for this opportunity. It's a great privilege to be back in Saudi Arabia. The question is, what is the one thing that we would like to take away from this event? Let me put this a bit different way. I think there are governments look at tourism from different point of view. Private sector looks at it from different point of view. And as a former Prime Minister of Georgia, and I would like to elaborate on His Excellency's words that for small countries it's very difficult to develop tourism. You're absolutely right, and Georgia is a small country. And we saw ourselves how development of tourism was actually having a trickle-down effect, creating jobs, creating activity, business activity, and creating investments. Actually, as I know, almost every investor, big investor in Georgia, was tourist first. So from government's point of view, I believe that tourism is probably one of the most important sectors and most important directions that needs to be developed in order to, especially for poor countries, to get out of poverty. Because this is really key sector that we actually saw in developing countries, and we were actually seeing how developing of tourism, and by the way, we started from 10% of our population as arrivals, it grew up to doubling the population of Georgia, how these events created also business activity and huge economic growth for our country. So there are many ministers of tourism in the audience. If any of your prime ministers do not believe that tourism should be #1 priority, let me talk to them. I can actually convince and let them look at Georgia's example. On the other hand, you have private sector, and tourism is like almost $1 trillion business, and for private sector, it's more of a making money. So the one thing that I want everybody to take out from this session is that how do we make correct public-private partnership formula for tourism where each side benefits. Government benefits from new jobs, private sector benefits from new income, and population benefits from new opportunities.
How do you do that?
There is formula, I believe, and this is not by strict regulations. This is creating best investment environment for private sector on one hand, and on the other, motivating private sector to do something new. For example, just an example, maybe crazy example, but that's what
we like examples.
Exactly, that's why we are here. So, for example, if we create a new regulation for hotels that will be given not 5-star or 4 stars, but given special green title if they consume their electricity more than 50% from renewable energy, or if whatever water they consume is actually recycled fully, or if they employ only electric cars, or if they provide jobs or purchase food and other products from poor sectors. And by the way, in my second iteration, I wanted to actually announce that we are actually launching such a fund for Mediterranean sector, but you kind of pressed me with this question. So
well, that's my job. We have some news. You're creating sustainable stars. Is that what's happening?
Yes, probably.
Okay.
So that's the idea. Create some kind of public-private partnership, which will, on one hand, promote investment, create jobs, but on the other hand, will give some additional incentives to private sector to do one extra step for sustainable development?
Excellent. Mr. Wang.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, UNWTO, invite SEG to come to here, and also, it's always fascinating to come to Riyadh, Saudi again. It's every time you feel the fresh and different things. As a private sector of education body for hospitality, we do see the green momentum from the Saudi. Last year, I think at 2 to 3 months, we have 3,000 students from here to Switzerland in our school. They are being 1 or 2 weeks program. Thanks for minister's support, and he was also in our classroom yesterday to shake hands with students and to see the students. That was fascinating. Well, the one keywords, right? It's for us. I think if you look at the whole industry, we have different angle to look at this. As an organization of education, we really want to everybody together to develop a green skills standard for hospitality industry in terms of sustainability. We do say this is one of the key area that we missed, but it's absolutely can align for everybody from industry to business to government body to institution of education that would links together. For us, when we develop the courseware for our students for sustainability, for growing skills, we do by ourselves, right? We work with linking right now, but linking is for every industry. So where is the hospitality one? The standard for green skills. This will apply for workforce for the people. We see in the future, if you look at the CV for the people who are looking for a job, their digital skills, their language skills. Where is the green skills? So we believe their near future, there will be green skills on everybody's CV requested by the industry and the government, to promote on this. So the keywords is green skill standard from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I should start off by saying Your Royal Highness and Your Excellency. My name is Niall. I came from heading up Irish tourism, and I have been in NEOM here in Saudi for the last 5 months. So salam alaikum, and I want to thank you all, especially local people, for the warm welcome that I received. They really have made me feel at home. If there's one message to take away from this conference here, for me, I think particularly in a post-COVID world, it's to remind ourselves of tourism as probably one of the most powerful forces in the world for good. I mean, this is an industry that brings about change, it supports diversity, it brings cultures together. For a lot of young people, it's the first job they get in their life, and it makes an impression on them. And I think as we move forward to the future in a world where there's still a lot of cynicism around the place, so to speak, I think we really have to work with young people moving forward in building their careers, as looking on tourism as a career for life. I mean, it offers amazing opportunities for people to be able to interact with different cultures, tour the world, work in different areas. It really has to be seen as a career and not just a job. So I think that's one message that I give here, particularly to young people heading away from today.
We're definitely going to follow up on that because I think there's a lot of this conference's sessions is focused around tourism talent as well. But I wanted to go back to the theme of our panel, which is building bridges, and you mentioned, Your Excellency, that tourism stops war. And unfortunately, in my career, I've covered too many conflicts, and we were discussing earlier about the conflict in Ireland and Northern Ireland. So how can tourism really tackle, or rather, how can tourism not be at risk at falling victim to these political divides?
If you want to solve the problems, first of all, you have to start the communication. And travel and tourism is a good way to start the communication. If you visit other countries, if people of other countries visit each other, they start also to communicate each other, to understand each other. Otherwise, all details you learn from the media. And sometimes, as you also know, media don't say everything as correct as it is. And if they start to travel, and if they touch each other, if they talk each other, they understand their culture better, what is important for those people. So if you understand each other, I'm sure you prevent the problems, or you solve the problems as soon as possible. There are no problems without solution. If you effort a little bit, you find the solution and you prevent the future problems.
So Julia, you mentioned doubt. You mentioned not underestimating, particularly Saudi Arabia in particular, and you're working on the NEOM project. So how do you kind of curb potential doubt? I mean, there is a lot of, the projects here are quite ambitious and really amazing. How do you convince tourists that what is being planned here is actually going to happen, and how do you get that first step? I mean, yes, people should be talking to each other and tourism fosters that, but how do you make that first step? I'll start with you and then with Niall.
Okay, well, first of all, you've got to really believe it and want to do it. Second, you have to invest in it. So here in the Kingdom, we're investing $800 billion in developing travel and tourism. And there are some key deliverables. But what we've done at World Travel and Tourism is we always use data to support and exemplify how powerful our sector is. So as we heard from His Excellency earlier, you know, of 10 jobs on this planet, 1 comes from travel and tourism. And of $10 made on this planet, 1 comes from travel and tourism. In the Kingdom alone, we're going to see the creation of 1 million new jobs. It's going to be 3 million in total. And you're going to be seeing a contribution to the economy go from about $100 billion to almost $200 billion. These are real numbers that we are seeing happening. We are seeing more visitors. So first of all, I think you have to be able to count it to be able to tell it. Also, I think you do need a narrative, you know, getting people to come to the Kingdom, getting people to have personal experiences. I always think Turkey's done so well with Turkish Airlines. It's the most magnificent marketing tool you can ever have. It's a fantastic airline. It's a great credit to the country. And here we're going to see Riyadh Air, we've got Saudia. You know, we are building up a real name and reputation. But I'll just give you one example. My very, very first trip to the Kingdom, I was gratefully received in a family for dinner. I think I'd been 2 hours here. And I sat next to a young lady in a modest family, and she spoke better English than me, which isn't difficult. And then I asked her what it was like for women here, very openly.
What year was this?
It was here in Riyadh.
What year?
It was about just, when would it be, 2-3 years ago?
Okay.
Just after when we were sort of opening up again. And she said, you know, I want you to know I've been educated at some of the best universities around the world, thanks to the Saudi government. If you're a boy or a girl here, she told me, and you meet the required standard at high school equivalent, you can be sent to any university in the world. And then I started seeing it, really well-educated young women. And for me, if we're going to build bridges, we need to, as you said, really celebrate and understand diversity. And from that 2 hours, you know, I was hooked.
No, the power of women in the Middle East, and especially in Saudi Arabia, is very much underestimated in the West, and it's a big part of my work. Niall.
Yeah, I mean, I think the story of NEOM is a remarkable one, but you know, you were asked about how do you get people to come, how do you convince people, you know, and when I was in Ireland, it was a well-known destination, but you still have to go out and tell your story, and you have to, you know, you have to twist and turn your story every so often because the world keeps on changing. And I think with the NEOM story, it's important to understand it's not just a tourism story. It's set in the context of the Saudi 2030 vision, you know, a vibrant society, a thriving economy. And this significant project is not just about attracting tourists. It's about creating a new society, you know, within the Kingdom here. And, you know, eventually 9 million people will live there. And this is remarkable. It's going to redefine urban living. Our first tourism experience actually opens next year, Sindala Island, and every year thereafter another bit will come on stream, so to speak, and by 2030 we'll be seeing nearly, you know, over 4 million people coming to visit. But I think what's really important in the context of NEOM is that, you know, primarily this is a place for people to live. This is a country whose population will increase by 50% in less than 10 years. It's a very young country. It's got a huge amount going for it. And I think for tourists, and this is where the relationship between the visitor and the visited is really important. It's not about throwing 10 million tourists into the equation here. It's about the people of NEOM saying, come and visit and see this amazing place that we have.
So when will we start to be able to see it? Because part of the, you know, you have to believe it in order to shatter doubt, which means you need to see it.
So
will we get to do that?
the vision statements and strategies that have been designed over the last number of years are now becoming a reality. So the construction project is well underway, and there are already nearly 100,000 workers at the moment on site developing projects like the line, like Sindal, like Oxagon, Trojena, which will host the Asian Winter Games, for example, in 2029. So there are a lot of significant works ongoing at the moment. Sindal will be the first, I suppose, reality from a tourism perspective next year. So that's when the real NEOM starts to open up. And every year thereafter, there'll be something else coming on stream. But really, in terms of substance, it's really part of the 2030 vision. I think that's the important part. That's when you see much more, critical mass coming on stream from a tourism perspective. But it's a remarkable place because, I had not been, to NEOM before, hadn't known a lot about it. But I can tell you, they've assembled an incredible team up there. And our CEO, Nadmi Al-Nasser, sends his apologies. He can't make it here today. But it really is a remarkable project.
And look at Diriyah. Sorry, Diriyah is a real, already there example of an incredible success story.
So I wanted to go back to the point about tourism being a career. From an education point of view, how do you hammer that thought home to young people? How do you make young people see tourism as a career rather than a hobby necessarily?
Yes. I think as overall, when we look at the globally, actually different area, when we look at the tourism industry is different from the kids and parents standpoint, right? As overall, to be honest, right now, some percentage of the parents, they have concern because they're concerned about their kids after education in hospitality, they will have a very hard job. and for reception, you take years from ground, you really understand the front line, what's going on, then you promote it to the higher position. That's where we are. We're very hands-on, right? So, but what we believe and what we try to talk to all the people is that this is, like gentlemen just said, it's this very good first job. It is absolutely good soft skills. These soft skills will transferable to other industry, not only for tourism industry. You meet the people, you know how to properly speak to people, you understand how to handle different situations, different scenario. This is not only your kids these young guys are study and work for this industry, and they will their skills will apply for others, and is great for their future career. Actually, our alumni, more than 50,000 right now globally, representing 110 countries. 60% are still working in this industry. 40% is other industry. They also get success because of all these foundation skills learned from this industry and transfer to other industry.
So Georgia, I think,
Yes.
is a very good example. So I'm from Georgia, the state, the American state.
Okay.
And so on my passport, it says Georgia. And so when I'm traveling in this part of the world, I'm often asked if I'm from Georgia, the country. And I finally went to Tbilisi, and I had an absolutely amazing time. I'm on this journey to reach 100 countries, and I suddenly hit 80. And now I'm thinking I need to up the competition with myself, which has me thinking about sustainable travel, because I'm suddenly flying a lot. So I do want to get into sustainability a bit more. But I'd like to ask about cultural preservation. And is there a risk, or is it difficult to kind of thread the needle of maintaining cultural preservation, but also inviting tourists? Because, you'll have tourists from all over the world, and is there any concern that they might necessarily be respectful of the culture, understand it? So how do you maintain and preserve the culture, but at the same time open up your home to people who might not completely understand it?
That is actually a quite difficult question, because it depends on which state of development of tourism you are. I understand that for Venice, for example, they just came up with a new, actually, visitors fee if you are not staying at least for 1 day there. So that's one way of dealing with that, with a monetary solution. Another way is just bringing more education whenever it's possible to the tourists. But we, and myself, I believe that tourism has an acceleration effect. More you visit, more you go to visit anywhere else. more things and more places you see, more new places you want to see. It's kind of addiction, and there are many people who are addicted to tourism. More people that are starting to travel, they will accelerate their traveling. So you cannot stop that. It's impossible to stop that. Through education or through right rules, only you can do some preservation of places which you need to preserve, which I think in case of Saudi Arabia, they are doing quite well.
Mm-hmm. So we mentioned Turkey has done a very good job, particularly with Turkish Airlines. But again, you know, young people in particular are very conscious of how they travel, and particularly of flying. How can you convince young people to travel and to travel sustainably? Like, are there youth-focused programs that are underway? Because I feel like there probably need to be.
For sustainability?
Yes.
First of all, if you want to be a leader country in tourism sector, you must do everything correctly. For example, to be successful for this, we started firstly a collaboration program with private and public sector. In 2019, we established Turkish Tourism Developing and Promoting Agency. Our board has 18 seats, and 16 seats of it belongs to the private sector: accommodation, F&B, transport, and tour operators. Only 2 belongs to our ministry. And as a minister, originally I am also not politician. I'm also coming from private sector, so we can say 1.5 seat belongs to ministry. So we started this program. We collect big amounts from sector, also from the government, and we put all the problems to the table, and the board decided how to handle with the problems, and they decide where to invest this amount. So we started this collaboration program. After that, we made a very important protocol with GSTC, Global Sustainable Tourism Council, for 3 years. So we wanted to participate all sector for sustainability programs. This program had 3 stages. First stage will be finished end of this year. There will be 42 criteria in 3 stages. Each stage will have 14 criteria. The second stage will finish in 25, and the last stage will finish in 30. At the end of this program, more than 25,000 businesses, entities, will complete all criteria for sustainability, and all those businesses will be audited from the independent global firms. So if we talk about sustainability, it will be really audited and confirmed by the global authorities. So it is very important, I think, because if whole sector is the part of it, and all sector is audited from the independent firms, it's easy for young generation to believe it, because everybody talk about sustainability, but there is also another word, greenwashing.
Greenwashing. I was about to ask you. I was about to say, okay, let's pretend I'm 21, which in my heart I still am. How would you convince me that this isn't greenwashing?
Okay, if you visit Turkey, latest in 2030, you will see how correctly the program works. Even end of this year, most of our partners will finish the first stage. You will see and understand, because you will use the system, and you will tell your friends in your country, all over the world. You will
What's
use
a
your
tangible
social media.
example of it?
What?
What's a tangible example of like what I might see, what I might experience?
Of course, we teach firstly the companies to use less environment. This is very important, and it's easy for you as a consumer to, if you visit, you will understand
to recognize it. Yeah.
And we didn't decide the criteria alone. We choose the best authority GSTC, Global Sustainable Tourism Council, and we decided everything together. Also, the whole private sector was with us. We all decided, public, private sector, and GSTC together, this program, and everybody believed the program. And end of this year, we are ready to show to the world the results.
Will we see this at COP? COP 28 in Dubai.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Of course.
Maybe? Yes, okay. Looking forward to it. So I've been trying to avoid using this scary word that we would all just like to forget, but COVID. COVID just completely blew the lid off of how important tourism really is to so many economies. I would say really every economy. I don't know what economy tourism wasn't important to. What challenges emerged from the pandemic, and do they still exist? Who wants to take that? Who wants to go first?
Right now, what we feel is that after COVID, because we're facing global students, they have different career paths they want to choose. This is one of the challenges when they think about tourism, because COVID hit tourism. I mean, this is one of the biggest industry hit by COVID, right? Mm-hmm. So we have a big concern when they think about, okay, everything stopped, there's no jobs, people are losing jobs quickly. I think still needs some time to recover from the parents and students' mentality right now still is a case when you look at this.
In Reformatics group, we actually believe that it was a disaster, of course, for humanity. It was terrible. But in post-COVID situation, we actually have an amazing opportunity to invest in tourism. We have a situation where some, let me put it this way, accidental investors who came to tourism, they left the sector. There is a dip in global FDI, and there is amazing opportunity and possibility to actually invest in tourism and be a newcomer with a new vision. And this is exactly what we would like to start doing now, where we are launching a new fund. It's a public-private platform, firstly investing in Mediterranean countries, but then growing above that, investing in tourism destinations, investing in real estate, just filling the gap that post-COVID situation left in tourism sector, and trying to turn it around into a green hotels and green tourism.
Exactly.
This is a new world which we would like to kind of bring to new sustainability to the tourist sector. The fund will be called Mediterrano, but it will grow into, and by the way, Turkey will be one of the investment destinations for this fund as well.
Well, it sounds like Turkey needs to be the spot where the sustainability stars begin.
Yeah.
Definitely one of them, definitely.
But, I was going to say that one thing that COVID taught us is people have been locked up for, I've just come back from China. They were locked up literally for 3 years.
Yes.
And people realize the value to their personal lives and to their well-being of travel. And we've seen a massive pent-up demand. That pent-up demand, is continuing. I have members here today, like Matthew Upchurch from Virtuoso, who are looking at the more luxury end of the business.
Yep.
And people are really, really keen to travel. And they have accumulated some wealth. And rather than buying another exercise bike, they actually want to get out there and spend it. But just on sustainability and young people, I just want to say one point on that. First of all, you're going to know your facts, okay? And at the moment, when we use our mobile phones and we use tech, we're actually contributing more to greenhouse gas emissions than we are by flying on an aeroplane. So, and how do we know that? This is where the partnership between UNWTO and the Kingdom has worked. The Kingdom has given the World Travel and Tourism Council a lot of investment to be able to count what is our actual impact on the environment, both social and also greenhouse gas emissions. And greenhouse gas emissions, we contribute 8.1% globally, and that is quite a lot. But of that, transport obviously we're in the business of travel, so transport would be the biggest bit, but actually aviation with that isn't the biggest bit because it's all the ground transport. But I'm not going to blame the tech industry or mobiles in the same way I don't think we need to blame aviation. You know, people seem to say you need to get back on your bikes, yeah, but I can't get to China on my bike, and I can't get to Saudi Arabia on my bike, okay? And the kind of value in terms of social benefits from travel and tourism, in terms of lifting people out of poverty, giving jobs, is so invaluable. So now we can count it, now we can do something about it. And there are two big things we're working on governments. One is sustainable aviation fuel. It is the biggest single, if you look at it, the single impact that we can do. Aviation on their own cannot do that. They don't make their own fuel. So we need to work with governments to make sustainable aviation fuel and to incentivize it. I have to say the Americans are doing a very, very good job on this. That's number one. And number two is the energy we use, which you referred to. We need to use renewable energy. If I'm a big global hotelier, it might be easy for me to source renewable energy in one place, but very difficult in somewhere else. So we've been working with people like Accenture to do power purchasing agreements. It sounds kind of really dull and boring, but actually it's incredible because it allows our members to be able to purchase renewable energy wherever they go in the world. And where is one of the leading places for renewable energy? Saudi Arabia.
I also want to say something about COVID. COVID was the biggest crisis or biggest problem for the sector last 3 years, but it also helped us to solve the big problems of the sector, especially in Turkey. Otherwise, we needed too much effort to convince our sector to collaborate together for big targets. After COVID, for example, we started a safety program. They learned to behave together and to reach big goals very easy. It was very easy to start a sustainability program for our sector together. We told everybody must join this program. It's the law. Nobody is allowed to say, no, we don't accept, I don't want. Yeah. But it was very easy for them to accept these new rules. And COVID, of course, brought a lot of problems, but also helped us to solve new problems.
I think that's a good note to end on. Okay. Thank you so much to our panelists, and we will keep an eye out for all of these initiatives and renewable energies and sustainability stars and Turkey traveling. I'm looking forward to my next trip. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So nice. I would love to follow up with you on something. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Suzanne, and to our amazing panelists there. Fantastic to see. Of course, as you know, I live in Istanbul. Our Minister of Tourism there, His Excellency Mehmet Nuri Ersoy, and a lot of great takeaways from this session. I'm sure you all agree. As Nayo said, for so many people, tourism is their first job. And to really, you know, this is something we want them to see as a career, not just a job. And Georgia, the CEO of Reformatics, Nika Gilauri, he said, if anyone doesn't see tourism as a priority, he will be speaking to you to find him. And Julia, as you said, watch this space with regards to Saudi Arabia. Very exciting indeed. And great to hear, you know, that you've just come back from China, that pent-up demand and the impact on people's personal lives, exactly, not traveling. Lots to hear. And I also really agree with that, the point, the transferable skills there, right, Suzanne, of tourism, that first job for so many people. They're soft skills, but you learn so much that you can transfer. All right, we continue. We go to our next session. Back to you, Suzanne, and now we're going to be discussing investing in people. Is tourism getting the right talent? It bridges so beautifully from our last chat. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes. So next round, I would like to welcome Her Excellency Rizki Handayani, Deputy Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. If you could all join me on the stage as I call out your names, please. Mr. Juan Jose Güemes Barrios, who is the Vice President of Finance from IE University. Ms. Christine Bockelman, the Dean of Lucerne University of Applied Sciences and Arts. Mr. Haitem Matar, who is the Managing Director of EMEA at IHG Hotels and Resorts. And Mr. Benoit Etienne Dumanger, CEO of Summit Education, Glion Le Roche.
Oh, okay.
Your Excellency, please. Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
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 Right. Tourism talent. So I want to start this panel similar to how I started the last panel, which is particularly because we're going to hear so much during these 2 days, I want to make sure each of you can bestow on us the one thing that you really want the people in this room and the people watching to remember, the key takeaway. And I'll start with you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia who give the very warm welcome and great hospitality for the Indonesian delegations, and send the best regards from our Minister Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno. And then we also want to congratulate UNWTO and the Kings of Saudi Arabia to have this very big events. Then I heard that this first time that's the biggest events in investment. And as you know that people always thinking that the human capital, or before we call it human resource, as is not the main focus. But actually human capital development is the most important aspect. They play key roles on the success of the sustainable or green tourism. Why? Because it lays the foundation for the implementation. As you know, the tourism industry is the hospitality industry. Tourism industry lays on the people. So we really need to put our efforts onto the development of our human capital. Their skill, their knowledge, as well as their capability and entrepreneurship. So I think this topic on human capital is very important for all of us, not only in the development countries, but also in all around the world. Mm-hmm. This is my
thank you.
My thought.
Thank you. As we heard from Surab and Natalia, education is very important, and we heard also that sustainability, prosperity is very important. And my key point is that we have to do a connectivity between these three topics, and we had to go in a field of education beyond his hospitality. We need people who have competences in the field of destination management, in the field of region development, who have an idea of the macroeconomic situation of their countries, who know about the interdependence of different industrial areas, who can develop the tourism field as a whole in their countries. Hospitality is a good base, but it's not all. We need a group of people in each country who have more competences in the interconnectivity of the whole field, who can develop the tourism sector as a whole. Mm-hmm. And that's the reason why the UNWTO and our university create a really new bachelor degree will focus on this and go beyond hospitality. And I'm very amazing that this project is near to realize. We started in autumn 24 with this new program together with the UNWTO.
So presumably this is a program that is going to encourage students to take these degrees abroad. Because obviously there's hospitality degrees, but do they mostly end up getting jobs in their own cities, or are we trying to foster them traveling to do these jobs?
The idea is that they have competences to develop the industry in their own countries, the tourism sector in their own countries. And we would realize a strong connectivity between projects in different countries, internship in different companies with this bachelor degree. So that we have a strong impact of the tourism development in the countries.
Interesting.
Hello. Well, ISG Hotels and Resorts is the largest operator here in Saudi. We've got over 18,000 rooms, over 40 hotels. So we are also the largest employer. At the same time, if we look at the pipeline, that we have over 40 hotels that are coming in the pipeline with the need for more than 10,000 employees to fuel the future of the hotels in the destination, it becomes really critical for us to start looking for employment. Within Saudi, His Excellency Minister Ahmed Al-Khatib has entrusted me in realizing 50% Saudization in our hotels. We are at 44%, which is a great jump from the 36% December last year. And we are on a journey to get 50% Saudi employees, young talent into our hotels by mid-2024. So we've got a journey ahead of us. But as we talked before about the industry as a whole, if you look at what COVID has really impacted the industry, it brought the industry to its knees. It's the first time that the industry really hit hard as it did. We've seen many economic as well as climate change impacting the industry. So whether it's financial recession or the foot and mouth disease, or whether the ash cloud or SARS, all of this has had an impact, but the industry is so resilient, we've always gone right back up. And COVID, it took us a little longer to get us right back on our feet, but we did. That took a lot of effort from governments with stimulus plans and supporting the private sector, from micro to medium to also large enterprises, but also the education that governments and private sector were responsible for to upskill talent. Globally, in 2020, right at the start of COVID, over 62 million jobs were lost. WTTC forecasted 174 million jobs would be lost as a result of the pandemic. Now, we are not back, and we've recovered. We're not back at pre-pandemic levels in terms of employees returning back to their jobs.
How far away are we from that target?
We have recovered at least 80%, but we're not fully recovered. And that is, the main result of that is job security. The industry was the sort of first to let go of employees in 2020. And it is now a critical task for both government and private sector to reinstill the confidence in giving the employees a job security, but also financial certainty as they've gone through a real financial uncertainty through that period. As I mentioned before, this is the main area where we are struggling to bring people back to their jobs. Of course, the technology field has taken a number of employees, especially when it came to anything that is to do with delivery or online shopping. That has taken many employees, but also this has taught us, the operators, to learn on how to accommodate the new generation or the post-pandemic employment. Right? People want flexibility. People want to work and have a work-life balance. They're looking at their well-being, and that's really critical. In a 24/7 operation like hotels, it's kind of hard to deliver on that. But we are looking at so many different ways to attract the young talent and allow them to be to be comfortable with what the flexibility that this sector can offer them.
Okay.
Listening to the panel discussion this morning, allow me to be a tiny bit provocative on what I would like for us to remember. On those great walls, we see investment. And I think that for too long, our community, players of the hospitality, tourism, travel, have considered human capital as a commodity. You know, 1 out of 10 people in the world, you could say it's huge, but ultimately, isn't it just a commodity? And if there is something that COVID told us, is that it's no commodity. You just said it. Right now, the hospitality, the industry, all the players are suffering from lack of talent. And it doesn't come by magic. You know, there are many data points that can support how brilliant a career in hospitality is. Ability to fast-track your career, ability to expand above and beyond core hospitality, ability to work internationally. So all that is well and fine. But without strong private-public alignment on investment, we can gather next year, 5 years' time, 10 years' time, we will have the same question, and unfortunately, we may have the same answer. It's fair to say that some countries today, in partnership with private players, such as we are, and obviously the Kingdom here, and His Excellency Al-Khatib has led that, has put their money where their mouth is. This is what we do as well in investing. You know, we've opened schools in India, we've opened schools in South Africa, because this is where it happens. This is where the needs of the future of the industry are. I was obviously, as probably many of you, but in my position, probably more than you, devastated when looking at the nice slides of Natalia, showing that, you know, you don't even see education, you don't even see training in the key investment topics, in the key investment areas around the globe. And I think that, you know, if I have one wish, one thing to remember is that there is in that room community leaders that can change that. We will do our part as education players. We will continue to educate tens of thousands of people, trainers, future talents at all levels, entry job, management, skill, upskill, reskill. You know, that's our job to do, and we will do it. But collectively, I think it's, you know, investment is on those walls, and it costs. It requires courage. It requires ambition to invest in workforce. So that's my, you know, that's my wish. That's my one thing to remember, if possible.
So you'd like to see education around this and kind of training at this sort of primary and secondary education level? Is that what you mean?
Everywhere. Education is lifelong learning.
Because there's obviously the university proposition, but you're saying it needs to come before that.
I'm saying everywhere. We provide education path as far as we are concerned from 3 days for professionals up to 4 years bachelor, master's, and MBA. If there is one thing that I've experienced in that industry, and I've been, you know, working in that industry for the last 20 years, it's probably one of the few industries in which there is a global understanding that skilling is not enough. You need foundation education. You need your initial education. But unfortunately, in that industry, your competencies become very fast irrelevant. And you need to reskill. And that's true at management position. You know, what is the future of revenue management in hotel properties thanks to artificial intelligence? If you don't train yourself to that, if you're not open to that, you know, you probably get lost down the way. Same thing in, you know, gastronomy, food business. If today you're a cook, you're a chef, you're a pastry chef, and you don't know how to do ice creams with less sugar, if you don't know how to do gastronomic vegan food, you're losing something. So that industry, our community, knows deep inside us that you need to skill, upskill, and reskill. The question is not to have the pathways, is not to have the ability to do it. It's the common willingness to take it seriously and not consider, you know, that once again, workforce is a commodity, and if I lose a chef, I will find another one. And if I lose a receptionist, I will find another one. And if I lose a GM, I will find another one. And I think that's probably, you know, in everything that we've experienced from COVID, and I don't want to be a prophet of doom, but something next will happen. it was COVID, tomorrow it will be something else. That we need to take care, and that community has to take care of its people. And training, skilling, reskilling, giving professional paths is probably one of the most important things to think about and to take care.
Investing in people is always been important, but it is going to be a priority in the coming years. The pandemic, COVID, had a devastating impact in the industry with losses of more than 3 trillion only in 2020 and 2021. Dozens of millions of jobs were destroyed. And while some governments and companies managed to take care of their employees, there were many others who were simply left behind. They moved to other industries, and so when we wonder about what's behind resignation and attrition in the industry, we need to realize that many of these professionals were simply left behind with any support from anyone. The question is that, as some of the speakers have pointed out, the challenge in the next future is that the path to recovery is back. Look at Spain, in the first 7 months of the year, received as many tourists as in 2019, almost 50 million. And if the industry comes back to be one of the fastest growing industries, as it has been for the last 50 years, then we may be facing a situation in which we will need 100 million more professionals joining the industry in the next decade, 15 years. So that's really challenging. How are we going to attract these people? How are we going to retain these people? How we are going to reduce turnover? How we are going to provide training and education to these people? And this is probably one of the most important challenges any industry, but particularly tourism, is going to face in the coming years. So this is a very opportune debate, what has brought us together here, and I hope that we may find some advices and some insights for our audience on how to manage one of the most important priorities of tourism in the coming years.
I think before I go to your follow-up, while it's fresh, you've asked a lot of questions, how, and so I'd like to pose that question to Her Excellency, given Indonesia is a top tourism destination. I went to Indonesia for the first time last year for my birthday. I went to Bali. And so how?
So I agree with all the speakers, that we need to think that the human capital is not a commodity, because before we call it human resource, it's commodity. But now we call it human capital. It's asset, it's model on the success of the tourism industry. And if I can suggest in the education's curriculum, that I agree with you that we need to think beyond the hospitality. We know that when the COVID, a lot of the worker in the hospitality industry change their job, become the entrepreneur, change their job, like they have their own restaurant. Because in Indonesia it's very easy, you have a catering, you make a catering and you sell with the platform, the digital platform. So I think it's very important to put the entrepreneurship mindset in the skill, other than only the skills, as well as the knowledge of the IT. And the other thing is very important for us, I think, especially if the country is really rich with the cultures. Don't forget to put your local wisdom, your local culture in the educations. I give the examples. Because in Indonesia, we have under the ministry, we have 6 tourism schools. And then in the curriculum in F&B, they learn about how to make a bread, how to make a cake, But they don't teach you how to make the local cake. So I think this is important because tourists, when they come to some country, what they look first is the culinary, and they want to taste the the real culinary, the food that came from that destination. So this is really important to put in educations the local contents. Yeah. Yes, we need to put that the professional way. So I think that's what I think in the curriculum. In Indonesia, now we have we put 20% of our budget or government budget on education in all sectors, and then for the company industry who have a program, collaboration program with the vocational school, they will get the tax deductible. So this is very important, the incentive from the government to the industry who support the skill and knowledge of in all the industry, especially in tourism industry. So that's some of our program. And then it's really important for the student to understand the issues, the global issues, like the sustainable things. Now, a lot of young people, when they go traveling, they're not only taking the leisure or relax. They want to engage with the local. They want also to give the contribution to the environment. We have call it voluntary tourism. So this is very important for our students to understand the changings of the market, for the future.
Sorry, I just wanted to add on the education piece. I think it's critical that we look at education where a curriculum may need, or the tourism curriculum may need a refresh. So whilst we think about tourism in the traditional way, today we need curriculums that focus on potentially digital marketing or teaching students how to become more resilient and adaptability, because this is where they will thrive and ensure that they have financial security, for example. Now, part of what we call hotel management company clauses that we have is we encourage investors to retain about 2% of their income that goes in what we call FF&E or refurbishment. What we don't do is we don't encourage them to put aside money for pandemics or crisis. And those are funds that we would encourage investors to have aside for a dark day where they need to ensure that salaries and wages continue to be paid should businesses get interrupted as they did in COVID. Right now with the new variants announced and also potential lockdowns in the future, this is really discouraging students from pursuing a career in the tourism and hospitality industry as a whole, but also it's not allowing us to be a magnet for talent, if you like. We're not considered to be a magnet for top talent, so skilled individuals seem to seek other opportunities because the hospitality is not well explained overall. The tourism sector is not well explained to the young talent, whereas such a diverse industry with finance and technology and engineering and design and all of that, under the umbrella of a hospitality, for example, and the opportunities for entrepreneurship in the micro and medium enterprise space is phenomenal. I would say probably, His Excellency Minister Ahmed Khatib led the way in a great genius stroke of funding and sponsoring education to Saudi talents. And we have benefited as ISG with a number of our employees who have been through this education process. And it's really encouraging to see how we are finding more of the young talent really excited about tourism and wanting to be part of the journey 2030.
Christine and then Benoit.
A good curriculum is one thing, and the other thing is from a study of Portugal, we know that 50% of all people who have an education in tourism does not subsequently work in this field afterwards. So we have a problem with the attractivity of the jobs in this area. So we had to think about how we can make the jobs more attractive in this field, how we can show role models who make really an attractive career. The young people today have strong values in the field of health, of sustainability, and so on. And we had to think about how we can make the jobs more flexible, have a better combination with private life, and so on. And otherwise, we invest a lot of money in the education, and 50% of all of it go away in other sectors. I think that it's also a key point.
Yeah, I've heard two things which I feel are extremely important, which I'm going to echo maybe in a tiny bit different way. And Her Excellency rightly said that localization of education, what we call in hospitality sense of place. Why would sense of place apply to tourism, travel, airline, hotels, and wouldn't apply to hospitality education? We run campuses across the globe. There are some hard facts, there are some things that are conveyed to the student probably the same way everywhere. You have some hard skills, you have some mathematical stuff, you have some, those elements you need to, are pretty universal. But the vast majority now becomes, and I think that for education, that's probably the new frontier, is how do you make sure that when you run the curriculum, your curriculum is locally relevant and is locally adapted to the local needs. So there is not universal curriculum in hospitality. It's only a mix of locally relevant competencies. And I think competency is a key word. We need to think block of competencies. And that's part of the skilling, upskilling, reskilling journey. You start your journey with a base, and after you build your additional blocks of competencies, which are, in that respect, as well localized. And I was really glad to hear that countries such as Indonesia takes steps in tax incentive, supporting the private players in training, because that's going to be absolutely critical. And I think that the second one is the one that you've just said, is raising awareness. That forum is a fair representation of, hopefully how far and how high that industry is able to attract talents. Progression, fast tracking, ability to be in management position after 3, 4, 5 years, ability to work internationally, ability to manage people at a very young age. How many industries in the world can claim those evidences? But I feel maybe sometimes, and we are too shy about it as a community, and that's go again with investment, it's investing in narrative, making sure that everything which is great in that industry is made completely with full awareness to our audience, which are the students, the employers, the parents, the families. So I think two points have been raised which are extremely important, which is raising awareness and making sure that locally the contents are relevant locally and not just in a fantasy world which is international, which we don't really know what it means at the end of the day.
Well, it's great if you can have these programs that ensure job security and growth for students. That's attractive to them, but if they don't know about it, then that's not...
It's basically a world in hospitality industry tourism today of full employment and luxury of choice. We have schools in South Africa, and I've seen that they are representative from South Africa. 93% employment for graduates the day they exit, they leave the school in South Africa today. So we have, as a community, the ability to bring that awareness, which is there is full employment and luxury of choice. I don't know that many industries who can offer such a beautiful outcome and perspective.
Well, in addition to everything which has been said, I would like to add, a different challenge, which is scaling up education operations, training operations. If we have to welcome to the industry 100 million new professionals in the next 10 years, without even considering the turnover, we will need to train, delivering millions, thousands of millions of hours of training to make sure that they fit to their positions and they and they can progress and grow in the professional career in the tourism industry. And that simply cannot be delivered in a conventional way. We have fantastic schools, universities, training centers, but this is a huge challenge, and we will need to leverage more and more on technology, on digital platforms, self-paced, creating hybrid environments in which we combine the delivery of content with on-site professional training and experience. And the good news is that there are a number of technologies available which will ease that process, including artificial intelligence, individual tutors based on large language models, the metaverse, augmented reality to try to create immersive contents that help students and trainees to learn without necessarily being in the professional environment. But there are a lot of things to do. I mean, the UNWTO has promoted this Tourism Online Academy, and that's an amazing initiative supported by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But a lot more must be done in the future because the challenge we're facing, not only in the tourism industry, but also education, is massive.
Well, on that note, we look forward to the work that's to be done, and particularly the PR around it that needs to be done, and see you again next year and see how much work has been done.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Should I help you?
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Susanna and our esteemed panelists. A lot there discussed about how to attract the right talent. Her Excellency, Deputy Minister, saying human capital is an asset. Thank you so much for your remarks. And an entrepreneurship mindset, so important. Local wisdom, culture in education, bringing that back. A lot was discussed. I'm not going to run through all the points that really stood out to me, but a very rich discussion indeed. But we come now to a very special announcement today. And I am very, very excited now to I don't want to spoil it, but what I do want to do right now, ladies and gentlemen, if you could join me in extending another warm welcome to His Excellency, Mr. Ahmed Al-Khatib, the Minister of Tourism, who's going to make a very special announcement. All right, just going to wait. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, if you could just wait for a few minutes, we will wait for the Minister to make his way to the stage. Thank you. All right. A lot of anticipation for a very big announcement that is coming now today at this conference here at World Tourism Day. We have a major announcement, and Your Excellency, the Minister of Tourism, His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Al Khatib, the floor is yours to make this big announcement that we have all been waiting for.
Thank you very much, and good morning again. We heard from the panel how important is the human capital. Let's not call it human capital, neither human resources. Let's call them how important is our families who join us and work in our industry. It is very easy to get access to capital. Actually, there is an access capital in the world, in the banks and central banks, looking for opportunities. And if Julia and the WTTC is saying we expect the international arrivals to double by 2032, then we expect to grow our industry, travel and tourism, to grow in excess of the global growth. And therefore, this is an opportunity for investors to invest in airlines, in the second resort, and in the second destination management, travel offices, and so on and so forth. And Saudi Arabia's example, we are investing over $800 billion in the sector in the next 10 years. Natalia maybe captured 1% of that investment. We will work in her report next time. And it's easy to put the policy and the procedures and the systems, but the most difficult thing that you need to have is the people. I can share with you tons of stories to the 120 countries I visited in my life. The only stories that I remember is not about how beautiful is the place or the food, or it's about how was I treated there and the service I received from a young person there, providing an exceptional service, whether in a restaurant or in a hotel. The people are very, very important in our sector. On the other hand, we lost, as you heard, more than 60 million jobs due to the pandemic. We heard from Haifa that we recovered about 80%. And I heard from Arlon that the turnover in the cruise business is about 20%, high turnover. And therefore, we need to have enough young people to join our industry today. And I believe we need to double them in the future if the business would double, which puts a big responsibility on all of us to make our sector attractive. We need to be as good as other sectors for us to attract talents. And then we need to invest in the talent to retain them. And we need to make their career in our sector more competitive than other careers in other sectors, whether manufacturing or healthcare or any other sector. Therefore, and this is what we are doing in Saudi Arabia. We're trying to make our sector work in the travel and tourism as attractive And we need to make it a career for life, for people to come and stay and progress and prosper through their life. On the other hand, in Saudi Arabia only, we need to create 1 million jobs in the next 10 years. We have already created about 200,000 in the next 3-4 years. We need to create an additional 800,000 jobs. To fill the rooms, the new rooms, we are building an additional 400 to 500,000 new key rooms in Neom, Qiddiya, Dir'iyya, and many other projects that the government, only the government have announced. And the private sector will put many more rooms. And therefore, this is only the hotels, where lunching restaurants, retail, and so on and so forth. And therefore, investing in human capital, investing in our family is extremely important for all of us. We need to attract the right talent. We need to make work in travel and tourism a career, and a very attractive career. Should be attractive because it's all about serving people, welcoming people. When I was a Minister of Health, whenever I visit a hospital, I find the staff is very depressed because everybody's coming there is ill or hand broken or sick, but in our industry, everybody's coming happy and people are coming to enjoy and celebrate. And therefore, we have an attractive sector, a vibrant sector, a happy sector. And this is what we are counting on when we hire the next young Saudis who wanted to serve, who are desperate to serve all of you and to welcome you. And I'm very sure you felt it from the day you landed in Riyadh. And I felt it in many places all around the world. And therefore, we announced with my friend, the Secretary General, sending 100,000 Saudis to get the best training all around the world every year. For the next 5, we will extend it to the next 10 years. And those will come back and will work in the private sector. And I'm encouraging Haifa and other groups of investors to also join the government in investing on the talent. Those 100,000 people who will, or talents who will get the best training every year, we are putting or committing $100 million every year to train them. And this is a commitment. Because again, it's not about how nice is the building, how beautiful is the restaurant. It's about the memories that is created by the people who will be serving you when you come and visit any destinations all around the world, and Saudi Arabia or Saudi cities in particular. And today, I would like to announce the inauguration of the Riyadh School for Travel and Hospitality, for Tourism and Hospitality in Riyadh. And yesterday, I was so touched with the Secretary General to visit the schools and meet with the students. And this school is a gift from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the world, because it will be open to everyone to enjoy the best training in the tourism and hospitality. And by 2027, we will be launching our future campus in Qiddiya at a land of a size of 5 million square meter, 50 million square feet land. And this project will cost over $1 billion to build. Therefore, we have already celebrated yesterday the inauguration, and in 2027 we will move to our huge and big campus that will definitely help the young people from all around the world to get the best training. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who was involved in this project, whether from the Ministry of Tourism of Saudi Arabia or our partner, the international, in particular my Vice Minister, Princess Haifa, and our amazing project manager, Princess Sarah, and her team, Mohammed Bouchnak, and definitely Natalia and her team from the UNWTO. Thank you very much, and please enjoy this gift. Thank you.
Welcome to a new era of education. Welcome to the Riyadh School of Tourism and Hospitality. We are shaping the future of global tourism and hospitality education by creating a school that sits at the forefront of change, attracts the brightest minds, and employs cutting-edge technologies in an innovative facility. We are collectively creating a wide range of elite vocational and academic study programs, placing our students at the very heart of everything we do, providing a rich, diverse, and global learning experience that bridges the gap between theory and real-world practice, preparing our students to thrive in a multicultural and interconnected world. We are ready to welcome ambitious learners, progressive educators, and passionate frontliners from every corner of the globe. From Riyadh to the world, welcome to the next generation of tourism. Welcome to the Riyadh School of Tourism and Hospitality.
Fantastic news. What a fantastic announcement coming out of World Tourism Day 2023 here in Riyadh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And as you said, we need to make tourism a career for life, not just a first job that we've been hearing about. And as you say, this is such a happy sector that you have here, and fantastic to hear this commitment to training and the memories, as you say, that will be created, because that really is what we take away, isn't it, when we travel, what we remember. Thank you so much once again, Your Excellency. The Riyadh School of Tourism and Hospitality, very big news, very exciting coming out of Riyadh today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we continue, and please welcome once again to the stage His Excellency Mr. Zurab Pololikashvili, Secretary General of the UNWTO. The stage is yours once again.
So we put World Tourism Day today like a New Year celebration, I was thinking, and every year at the end of the year we have a tradition to have gifts. This is the best gift you can ever give to a world tourism community, dear Minister, your team. We worked very hard to make it happen. This story started in, I will not bother you with the photos and history. This I will show you after 3 or 4 years, when we all celebrate the opening ceremony of Qiddiya's Tourism Academy, which will be the largest and biggest one. I have another photo when we are standing in the full desert where is nothing, and after 5 years all of us will be there to celebrate the very ambitious, very important project worldwide, which is education. We started from UNWTO, and our history is related with Andorra. We have our dear brother from Andorra, Minister Jordi Torres, with us. Thank you, Minister, to be with us. And we started from there to support member states how to support education. And step by step, we had excellent academy in Andorra, in small country, but very powerful support we have, and now, thanks to Saudi Arabia, we have another very important office, as I mentioned this morning. The idea is to support our member states in education. We will talk about green investments today, these days, and businesses and how to earn money. To earn money, the best possibility and opportunity is to invest in education. This is the best thing you can do for your businesses, and I want to encourage private sector to support and to invest in education. There you can, and we will support. That's why we're here, and that's why we're creating these academies and centers and international centers. What Saudi Arabia did again, they brought here the most known and most powerful and important brands in hotel, in restaurants. You go to Al Bujari and you will see all kinds of restaurants you can see all over the world. But the most important thing what they did, they brought all most important brands and knowledge here in the kingdom, and this was the main idea of ours, to create the brain from where we can support all member states, and we have 160, to invest in people, to support the young generation, to make prestigious to work in tourism. As it was mentioned, many young people, they have first job in tourism in their career. They are starting, I don't know, in reception or in restaurants or in hotels, and we want to make it prestigious. Today, chefs of the restaurants are much more paid and much more important celebrities than, I don't want to mention football players here, but then the other scientists or the other professors worldwide. So our main goal is to encourage and to attract youth generation, which is important with us, to support them, to educate them. So thanks, dear Minister, thanks to your team, to my team. We were working on it. It's not only photos and announcement. Behind of it, there is a huge programs, huge hours of working to create these programs and products, now to deliver, now to give it back to tourism community. I'm very proud and very happy to be a small part of this history, which is education. 3 or 4 years ago, nobody was talking about education on these panels. These panels, we attended millions of them. Nobody never was talking about education. And we will talk about it next 5 years. Every time we will talk about education, because there is a huge space to do things, to invest, and to take back from the investments we will make. So thank you very much. We didn't want to bother you to bring all of you to the place, which is a fantastic place, one of the biggest, I will be back. When we agreed to build the Kidias project with support of the kingdom, we saw that it will take 3 or 4 years. That's why we decided to have presential one before the Kidias project will finish. So the place where we've been yesterday, it's the biggest university in the world, where 80% of students are women. So we are very happy and very proud. We didn't want to bother you to take all of you there. If you have a time, we will be more than happy to visit, to see. But I think we will have another opportunities. We'll have another events dedicating education, and we will be celebrating many victories in education and tourism together. Thank you again. Sorry for my long speech. I'm very emotional because it's a very emotional moment for the for organization, for industry, and again, happy World Tourism Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister, Your Excellency, and Secretary General there. Very exciting news. The Riyadh School of Tourism and Hospitality, and as you said, Secretary General, incredible. 3 or 4 years ago, nobody was speaking about education or at these sort of conferences. Incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue. And our next session is investing in undiscovered destinations, and we'll be exploring uncharted possibilities of lesser-known destinations, examine how investment can be channeled towards sustainable tourism. And for that, I'd like to introduce our moderator, Mr. Jacopo De Toni, editor at FDI Intelligence, part of the Financial Times. The stage is yours. Take it away. Thank you, Jacopo.
Thank you, Maria. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, Her Highness, happy to receive World Tourism Day from me too, and welcome to this panel on untapping the potential of undiscovered tourism destinations. As mentioned, my name is Jacopo De Toni. I'm the editor of FDI Intelligence, a division focusing on investment and foreign investment from the Financial Times. And let me start by thanking UNWTO, the Ministry of Tourism, for having me with you today. At FDI Intelligence, we keep a close eye on investment into tourism. We have just released our annual report on Greenfield FDI investment into tourism that is being distributed today. And what we are seeing, as was already mentioned, we are seeing the beginning of a recovery. And I guess in this context, the potential of undiscovered tourist destinations has got even a bigger strategic value in adding momentum to this recovery. We've got a great panel today, and before introducing them one by one, let me share like a brief experience that at least gave me the feeling of the opportunity that we are talking about here. When I was preparing for this panel, I was flying back from another work visit to a country in the Caribbean, the Dominican Republic. In that country, the easternmost part of that country, 50 years ago, was a rural area, very isolated. Only 50 families used to live there. And then what happened? A group of investors came in, local and foreign investors, with a vision. And fast forward to this day and age, Punta Cana is the biggest tourist destination in the Caribbean. Its international airport attracts or handles 8 million passengers per year. So really, this is like, if you go back to the status quo that the minister mentioned at the beginning, 10% of the countries account for 70% of global tourism. Well, I like to think that that status quo is there to be disrupted. And today with our panelists, we'll try to figure out how. So let me introduce them one by one and crack on with the conversation. From Spain, we have Ms. Rosa Ana Morillo, who is the Secretary of State for Trade and the Tourism of the Republic of Spain. Welcome, Secretary. Mr. Ginés Martínez, who is the CEO of Jumbo Tour Group, a destination management company from the Alpitour World Group. Welcome, Ginés. Mr. Gregory G. Region, who is Head of Investment and Legal at Red Sea Global, the company that is developing two main destinations on the Saudi Red Coast. Welcome, Gregory. And last but certainly not least, Ms. Rula Juni, who is the CEO of Tourism 365, a tourism development company based in Abu Dhabi. Welcome, everyone. A round of applause for our panelists, please. Secretary, let me start with you. When it comes to a diversified portfolio of tourist destinations, I was mentioning earlier with another panelist, Spain is definitely a country that comes to my mind. It's a country that has got so many different offers in terms of like beach offer, mountain offer, city offers. So when it comes to coming out with a strategy to fulfill the potential of a destination other than the usual suspects, what is the approach of your government?
Thank you very much. Let me do first congratulations in English, and then I will follow in Spanish, if you don't mind. I want to thank all the organization, Her Royal Highness Princess Haifa, His Excellency, the dear Minister Al-Khatib, and all your team for the warm welcome in your country. Thank you so much. Turab, also Secretary General, thank you so much to you and your team for organizing this magnificent event here in Saudi Arabia. It's really a pleasure to be with all of you today here. Y ahora vamos a cambiar a español, ¿no? Para a ver si dinamizamos un poco a la audiencia, que antes de comer ya están un poco cansados, seguro. Bueno, la pregunta es muy interesante, ¿no? Yo creo que como un destino de tanto éxito, tanto como inversor, emisor, como receptor, hemos visto que España está siempre dentro de los 3 primeros puestos, lo ha comentado antes Natalia, ¿no? ¿Cómo sigue manteniendo ese éxito al mismo tiempo que conservas un modelo sostenible de turismo, porque el gran reto está en que tus destinos más populares no se saturen y al mismo tiempo poder ofrecerle al viajero otras experiencias en España. Yo creo que es muy importante la comunicación, es muy importante tener una estrategia público-privada y voy a insistir en esto. España tiene un plan estratégico de turismo sostenible, España 2030, que se ha realizado con la aportación de más de 250 actores públicos y privados en el país y que es una hoja de ruta común para el futuro del modelo que queremos tener. Por lo tanto, creo que la cogobernanza y la colaboración público-privada es indispensable y también una financiación por parte de las administraciones públicas de estos destinos que no son tan conocidos para prepararlos tanto para el inversor como para el viajero. Entonces, creo que tiene que haber una apuesta en financiación y al mismo tiempo una colaboración pública-privada para la definición del modelo que quieren tener estas ubicaciones en el futuro. Keeping it short.
Thank you, Secretary. And since we all have in the audience the translation headphones on, let me move on to Ginés and get the private sector perspective. You are also Jumbo Tours is also headquartered in Spain, but you are active worldwide as a destination management company. So from your perspective, when it comes to considering adding new locations, up-and-coming locations to the portfolio location that you serve, what are the kind of opportunities but also challenges that you see?
Thank you, Jacopo. Thank you to the organization, thank you to the Minister and the Secretary General. I will join Rosana in Spanish. Won't be a gentleman if I leave she alone in Spanish. Bueno, los destinos para mí es el lugar de toda esta parte del turismo donde la estrategia se implementa, ¿no? Hay una parte que es teórica y hay una parte que es tangible, ¿no? Es importante que en los destinos se produzcan estas oportunidades de involucrar a toda la cadena de valor. Como se decía previamente, la formación es muy importante. No podemos olvidar que la cadena de valor del sector del turismo la componen, por regla general, menos del 20% de esta cadena de valor son las grandes empresas y las pequeñas y medianas empresas, los emprendedores, son los que al final forman el grueso de todo lo que es la oferta en el destino. Los destinos son estos, es una composición de diferentes actores más lo que el propio destino genera, ¿no? Entonces es muy importante poder aportar a esa experiencia del cliente cuando llega al destino, poder aportarle un contenido diferencial, un contenido único, y esto no se consigue, aunque lo decía antes Natalia, el 60% de la inversión va en hoteles, no se consigue con hoteles o no se consigue con aerolíneas, se consigue poniendo en valor la población, a la gente que vive en el destino, que es parte de la experiencia que busca, la gastronomía, la cultura y, por supuesto, pues el entorno, el medio ambiente. Y todo esto es el compendio de los retos que hay a la hora de desarrollar tanto los destinos maduros como cualquier destino nuevo que se deba o que se quiera desarrollar.
Okay, thank you. So already a couple of interesting points you both made. Financing, public-private collaboration involving the value chain and the local communities, as well as education. Gregory, from your perspective, Red Sea Global is actually developing a greenfield project on the Saudi Red Sea coast. What have been there? How did you start engaging with private operators? How do you start selling or trying to get their buy-in when it comes to selling really a vision? Because I guess when you started, it was just like a vision, which is now materializing. But how did you go about that?
Well, first of all, I want to just say I'm happy the last place I lived was Miami before moving to Riyadh, because I think I was able to listen to both and understand both of your comments. I also want to thank His Excellency Minister Hatib and Princess Haifa and the Secretary General for kindly hosting us here, and what a wonderful auspicious day. in terms of Red Sea Global, we like to say seeing is believing. So in terms of the private sector, and there's a little bit of a chicken egg dynamic, but essentially we bring the private sector to Red Sea. And Red Sea project itself is a incredible archipelago of 90 islands, unspoiled, pristine, which is a part of Saudi Arabia, which many people in the world have been familiar with Hajj tourism or big business tourism in Jeddah or Riyadh or Dammam, but they haven't thought of Saudi in terms of tourism, ultra-luxury tourism on the Red Sea. Or Ramallah, which has an extremely dramatic topography where the cliffs and the bluffs come up to the shoreline and there are these lovely bays. And so what we've tried to do is we've brought, for instance, hotel operators to this lovely new destination, and we say, look, this is our proposition. What do you think of putting your brands and your flags here? And I think they're not just doing it for the fees. I think they're doing it because they see everything that's happening in the kingdom. You know, people call this kind of like it's a startup nation almost, and it's a significant story of our times, the amount of things that are happening in Saudi right now. So we've had very significant interest from brands. Our hub island of Shura, which is opening quite shortly, and we're opening actually 3 hotels this year. We're opening a Six Senses, we're opening a St. Regis Umahat, and we're opening a Ritz-Carlton Reserve, and then another 11 hotels on Shura Island after that. We have brands that you maybe wouldn't typically associate with Saudi, like Faena from Argentina and from Miami, so they're coming. Or on the renewables front, we've partnered with EDF and Masdar. We're the 100% powered by renewables. So you have a French company and an Abu Dhabi company that are coming in and saying, let us be part of your utility solutions for your power and your cooling. 750,000 solar panels. Can you imagine, in terms of this renewable energy? So we're proud of what we're doing, and we hope more investors to follow, inshallah.
Okay, well, incredible experience. So what's the timeline there? You said that the opening is imminent?
So we're opening 3 hotels this year. The first is the Six Senses, which we've opened up our booking engine and is taking reservations as of November 1st, and then our main hub island to follow next year.
Okay. Rula, what is the experience from your perspective? How are you trying to develop the tourism, Dubai as a tourism destination beyond probably the typical landmarks that somebody would associate with the city of Dubai?
Okay. So for me, I come from destination management company. We've done it in 26 countries. Some countries were less popular than others. So arriving in Abu Dhabi in the last 2.5 years, arriving during COVID when we had like lockdowns and borders and all of that, we had to go through a very big, massive, homework of how we are going to attract people coming back to the destination. So the first thing that today I really advise, whether it's a completely untapped destination or a recovery destination, is alignment of all the stakeholders today, because if between hotels, between airlines, tourism authorities, the private sector, because when we started today looking at destinations, accessibility of the destination, if it's not there, we cannot do anything. The local talent as well, arriving in Abu Dhabi, even though, Dubai has been there, but not many companies have invested, like destination management company, in being actually placed in Abu Dhabi and attracting talent. People were serving Abu Dhabi as a destination through Dubai. So it's very, very important that you bring the talent in the destination, you put them in the destination and make sure that they are staying there, and then, encouraging even competition to come and open up. But what I keep saying, it's very important today, is the alignment of stakeholders. If we don't have it, there's always one element missing, which is not going to bring the sector together. We're facing it with the connectivity. I've started recently helping some friends in Uzbekistan as well on developing the destination. You see in some areas rather than others, the connectivity of the flights is creating a big gap. So without us having all the elements all together, it's not going to be possible to go forward with any plan for untapped or even recovering destination. And I would like really to thank Saudi Arabia today, because people are underestimating the openness of this destination, what has done to the neighboring countries. People today are traveling for 12 days and not 7 days anymore, because the flight prices are getting expensive. So people are willing to do 2 destinations in one. And the openness of Saudi Arabia had allowed even destinations like Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Qatar and the neighboring countries for people to come do a stopover, and then continue to Saudi Arabia. So I think in the future, we really need to start thinking as two twin destinations as one, and between two governments coming together and develop a tourism strategy that allow people, to experience these kind of trips, which today they're not very popular, but we are seeing it today from Central Asia. People are making their way to Saudi Arabia, stopping in the rest of the Gulf and making their way through.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you also for sharing your experience. Gregory, let me get back to you. So now you successfully managed to engage with the private sector, with those operators that you mentioned. How do you now move to developing a brand in the minds of customers or potential customers that they are not familiar with the destination?
Well, I think we're benefiting from a lot of tailwinds, because I think there are two major thematics in tourism today. One is people are much more focused on experiential tourism, so unique special experiences that are hard to replicate. And another, I think that most people in this room are very familiar with this, but more and more tourists are expecting there to be a degree of sustainability with respect to the places that they're visiting. They in fact make their decisions in part informed by how sustainable that destination may or may not be. And what we like to say at Red Sea is we're trying to move beyond sustainability to regeneration. In other words, we don't want to just leave the place as well as we found it. We want to try to improve it, which is why we have these reduction targets and carbon neutrality targets that animate us. And then in terms of the experiential aspect, I think the fact, again, that you've never had a giga project of this size, I think, being open in a pristine environmental area. So we take this custodianship extraordinarily seriously in terms of marine spatial analysis and baselining. So what we're trying to propose to the world is, come visit the kingdom, which is opening in a new way to the world, but within the broader purview of the kingdom, come see this unspoiled nature on the Red Sea, where we're providing you these unique experiences, but at the same time we're doing it in a way that's regenerative. And we think that together will be compelling to our brand as Red Sea Global, which primarily we are focused right now on Red Sea Project Phase 1 and the Mala, but we have other projects in the pipeline up and down the Red Sea coast. And so we think overall that will become an ecosystem that will resonate with the global tourism market to our benefit, to the benefit of the kingdom, and frankly, more broadly, just in terms of other themes we've touched on today about nationalities exchanging travel and more dialogue and the positive impacts politically that tourism and cross-cultural understanding have. So we hope to be a modest part of that story.
Okay, fantastic. And Hines, you mentioned, and this is something that also Rula touched upon, value chain. She mentioned aligning stakeholders. But your particular case, let's talk about the value chain, how the strategic value of engaging with the value chain. I know that you're also spearheading an initiative, Green and Human, that promotes sustainable tourism in Spain. So what is the strategic value of engaging with all the different tiers of those in the value chain of tourism?
Bueno, yo creo que es fundamental. Como dices, Green and Human finalmente se basa o principalmente se basa en esto. Al final, nosotros lo que buscamos es, por un lado, está claro que tenemos que proteger los destinos en los que desarrollamos nuestra actividad. Creo que forma parte del sentimiento más esencial, que es la supervivencia. Vivimos de lo que los destinos nos pueden ofrecer y por tanto tenemos que tratar de devolver y mantener esos destinos para las futuras generaciones. Y esto solamente se puede hacer, como decía antes, si conseguimos que todos los actores de la cadena de valor estén en la misma línea. Por ahí pasa la formación, es indispensable la formación, es indispensable que los planes sean estratégicos, coordinados y globales. Las acciones que son individuales se quedan en un efecto más limitado que las acciones que están concadenadas, que forman una cadena que tienen un efecto multiplicador. Y es este factor del efecto multiplicador del sector del turismo el que hay que poner en relieve. Hablamos de los destinos que no están desarrollados o destinos que no son conocidos, y esto es la gran oportunidad que tenemos, el transmitir a través de la experiencia que supone visitar un nuevo destino enriquecer ese destino con toda la cadena de valor, involucrando a todos los agentes, creando nuevas oportunidades para destinos emergentes, como decía el ministro. No tiene ningún sentido que sigamos saturando los destinos que ya están muy masificados y que haya todavía tantísimos destinos por conocer. Por un lado, por una responsabilidad comercial, porque es necesario refrescar la oferta, y por otro lado, por una responsabilidad con el mundo, para buscar que la industria del turismo sea una palanca para que realmente el mundo sea algo más equilibrado. El turismo es una actividad transformadora y multiplicadora que da la capacidad de desarrollar nuevas actividades, de desarrollar nuevas economías, que permite crear empleo, que permite crear inversión, y esto es una responsabilidad de todos, de los gobiernos, de las empresas privadas y en general incluso del consumidor, que debe apostar por diversificar también su decisión final de los destinos. Y esto, en su conjunto, es lo que tiene que provocar que el engagement con ese cliente esté basado en todos esos pilares. En la construcción de destinos sostenibles, donde toda la cadena de valor está involucrada, donde las administraciones públicas y las empresas privadas trabajan de forma consciente para crear una oferta sostenible.
Okay, Ines, thank you also for these comments. Secretary, I guess an interesting nuance is also not only geographical diversification, but also diversifying the products that this untapped destination can offer, because we also have to be real. Sometimes the competitive advantage of the big resorts on the beach or the big cities in terms of culture and experience is difficult to replicate. So in terms of diversifying the experiences, the opportunities, also the types of tourists that you are willing to attract, what is the role of a policymaker in also widening that portfolio of segments, if you may?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because more and more when we speak about sustainability, we don't speak only about environmental sustainability anymore, but we are talking also about economic sustainability and also social sustainability. If we have a very high seasonality in our touristic offer, we will not have very high quality jobs for the people working in tourism, and therefore it will not be an attractive industry to work for in the future. So I think there's a social responsibility there to try to fight against seasonality, and this can only happen if you diversify locations and if you diversify products. For the locations, it's true that we need to work better on how people move once they are in your country. Once they have this connectivity that we were speaking of before to the big cities, how do they discover the rest of your country? Recently, there has been an alliance between one of the biggest travel agencies in China, Ctrip, and Renfe, the high-speed train company in Spain, to offer long-haul passengers or travelers an experience within the country, because not many people know that you can go from Madrid to Seville in less than 2 hours with our high-speed train. We have the biggest high-speed train network in Europe. So this is helping for people that once they're in your country, they discover other parts of the country. Obviously, there has to be something interesting to discover, like the gastronomy, like culture, like your historic heritage. But for that, I think the public administrations also have the responsibility on investing on the smaller destination, on the less popular destinations in your country, within your country, to help the small companies also put in value all the products and all the different offers that they have. We are investing in gastronomy, we are investing in sports, for example, which is another way of diversifying, and I think you have to be really open, because once you are a successful destination and once you have your traveler there, you have to be able to offer this traveler other types of experience within your country.
Okay, fantastic. So once again, the status quo is there to be disrupted, and hopefully we gave you a few inputs as a possible ways to do so. So thanks again to our panelists, Rosa Morillo, Gines Martinez, Gregory Girijan, and Rula Juni. Please, a big round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jacopo, thank you so much. Jacopo De Toni, our moderator there, investing in undiscovered locations. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a very special announcement for all of you. It is lunchtime now. Please enjoy your lunch and see you very soon. Thank you so much for being a fantastic audience in the first half of this fantastic World Tourism Day 2023. Thank you so much. See you soon after lunch. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch and happy World Tourism Day 2023. Yom Siyaha Alami Saeed. Happy Tourism Day, all of you. Now, we had a great time in the first half of our conference this morning. It really is so good to be back in person, and I do hope that you enjoyed networking outside, meeting new colleagues, new friends. 2 years ago, remember, ladies and gentlemen, this was not possible. I always like to remember how things have changed. Anyway, in our amazing first half this morning, we heard so much about education, investments in people, investments in the workforce, and all of that culminated with the fantastic announcement of the Riyadh School of Tourism and Hospitality. And once again, thank you so much to His Excellency, the Minister of Tourism, Ahmed Al-Khatib, for making that great announcement. All right, we continue. Our panelists and our moderator are ready. And for our next session, we have, as our moderator, it's a privilege to have Mr. Marcelo Risi, Chief of Communications at the UN World Tourism Organization. Marcelo, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for coming back. And we avoided the exodus, which is normally the case after lunch, so I'm very happy that everybody's here. So really to make it worth your while, and so the pressure is on us. But I'd like to spread love, so I will embrace you into that pressure. We're going to make up for time, and we're going to keep it really agile. So all protocols observed. We have here our panel. You see His Excellency Minister of Tourism of Barbados, PW. He's with Riyadh Air, and of course Basel Talal with Radisson Hotel Group. Now, as Maria rightly said, we followed all the debates in the morning. We went from macro to micro, and we're going to do the same cycle again, because now it's a challenge to how do we make it work, what we've really witnessed and the projects that were presented during the morning. Of course, having government, regulation, policy, setting the frame, but then it's the responsibility of the private sector also to make it work. And tourism, as we know, is I think the best example of how public and private interests can really go hand in hand, if the terms of reference are agreed on. And in this case, at least in tourism, they are. So really from a public sector perspective, and as a footnote, we could almost he could sit in all these chairs. We could do almost musical chairs, because, of course, right now he's Minister of Tourism. Until 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, you were Minister of Transport and Water Resources. But he comes also from the hotel industry, and also with a strong emphasis on human capital and human resources.
That's great.
Okay? So now he sits on this chair. We can use him, I think, as a panelist and as an expert in different roles. From your perspective, Minister, how do you create a policy, public regulatory environment for those sectors that these gentlemen represent to really work and function?
Yeah. No, thank you very much, and thanks, obviously, for the invitation to be here in Riyadh, and I want to say thanks to His Excellency Al-Khatib for his gracious invitation to be here. In terms of a policy framework, it's important, especially from within the Caribbean, that we set a policy perspective to enable growth. Obviously, taking into consideration what's happening within this global economy, it is important that we build a policy. The policy has to revolve in relation to greener societies, has to be more diverse, it has to flourish around renewable energy. That's important for us. And as we seek to expand airlift not only into the Caribbean and elsewhere, it is important for us to have sustainable policy positions. So what I mean by that, we have to ensure that we have airlift into the region, but at the same time, based on what we're hearing in respect to the aviation industry, we have to have sustainable airlift coming into the region. It is also important for us in terms of investments that we have a framework that would allow individuals to come in and invest and not have the restrictions that we're used to in the past. That is, you're allowed to invest, you grow, the country grows with the business, and in turn the business grows with the country. It's an opportunity for us as well as we implement such policies to create more sustainable employment opportunities for all. As the industry continues to grow, it is absolutely necessary that we have that macro framework in place. But the key points will be, one, having a strategy that pivots on renewable energy, which is important to us, having a strategy that will allow us to have sustained employment, but also taking advantage of, based on what the UNWTO predicts, to have increased airlift, but do it in a sustainable manner that doesn't degrade or add to the climate crisis.
So I see here a triple I, so inbound, investment, incentives. Mm-hmm. Do you feel, when we're talking air transport, creating those incentives, and of course you're in government, but you are a SID, a small island developing state, mm-hmm. by UN definition. Yeah. Outside of our world, how big a challenge is it to really transmit that you need the inbound and you need the airlift really to make all of this work? So how do we balance this out?
Yeah. Well, to balance it out, we will have to have a mix of policies that will allow investors to come in to take advantage of the incentives. Of course, the incentives would have to be driven in a direction that will also make sense for the aviation sector. It will also make sense for the hospitality sector, but it must also make sense for the country in terms of economic growth and development. So we can balance it, and we have multiple frameworks. For example, we have a range of incentives, not only Barbados, but elsewhere, particularly in the Caribbean as well, where we have incentives that allow persons from the aviation sector, from the hospitality sector, to come and invest. They get a rate of return, but at the same time, they contribute to a more sustainable country.
So we go from incentives now to inbound. This gentleman, his CV was too long. So I'm of course with the Chief Operating Officer of Riyadh Air, EasyJet before, Ryanair, Malaysia, and then I just stopped printing. Okay?
It's okay.
So he knows. But he knows as well, I think, the challenges that we are addressing here. And as we know, aviation is many times in the spotlight of a very shallow spotlight when it comes to all things green. Again, because we need to really push our narrative beyond our immediate tourism bubble. Otherwise, tourism will not really have, I think, the place that it rightly deserves, has earned, and live up to its really global responsibility beyond our sector. So, but it's always just a Polaroid, a still photography, right? Percentages, greenhouse gas emissions, and then that's it. So flight shame, home staycations, and all these buzzwords that we know, they make up for a good headline, maybe, but then it's the end of it. Now, aviation is not a sector that literally doesn't stand still, it moves on, but also in this regard. So what are you actually doing, if I'm asking really naively?
Yeah, and I think, your question is well framed, and I think actually when I hear the announcement today about the School of Hospitality and Tourism here, I'll be knocking on the door to get them to work with us to put sustainability as part of all the curriculums there, and it's a gift for us as a new airline here, Riyadh Air, to do it. I think rather than a challenge, I see it as an opportunity. And for us, the opportunity is a brand new airline that's starting up. We don't have any legacy systems or procedures or processes. We've ordered brand new Boeing 787. It's the most fuel efficient, most carbon efficient aircraft there is out there. But separate to that, we're really going from the very first day, train all our crew to operate that aircraft and to route the aircraft, and all of our IT systems will actually capture a carbon index for each crew member. So they'll be able to see how they're managing our operating procedures to minimize the impact on the environment. And then there's lots of exciting things we can do. There's a lot of work we're doing at the airports now around usage of electric ground equipment, but also hydrogen fuel cell powered equipment. We're here in Saudi Arabia. This is going to be the center of the largest generation of green and blue hydrogen on planet Earth. And we'll be able to take that through into our maintenance, our repair, our overhaul, our hangars, our engineering facilities. So I would hope that by 2030 they'll all be powered by clean, green hydrogen energy. And then you've got the whole reduce, reuse, recycle that we can do with what's on board the aircraft, in terms of the management of the waste through all our buildings and everything. So I see it as an opportunity, and what we're going to track in a unique way every single step in every part of our business, how we can reduce our carbon emissions, how we can improve fuel usage, how we can use artificial intelligence to assist us in the optimal flight paths and flight routings. And all those things together, it's not one thing, it's about 60 different strands of work. And I think we'll be very willing to share that with the rest of the industry, that creating the opportunity that we can hopefully change the way other airlines and other forms of transport actually conduct their operations.
So is it a good thing to start from scratch, as you are, at this moment in time, and also in public awareness and challenges, but also the opportunities that we face?
I think there's an incredible opportunity for us, because we're at this confluence now of the easier use of data and easier use of artificial intelligence to take that data and make it meaningful. So the 787 aircraft is the most connected aircraft ever designed. Vast amounts of data. You often couldn't do too much with it because you were almost swamped at it. We'll be able to take that data, use very simple artificial intelligence tools that are often available now off the shelf, and take that and say to each crew member, well, this is how you saved so much carbon every day. This is where you rank with your colleagues. This is how you can change what you do personally when you're flying the aircraft, or when you're at the end of the day dealing with recycling. So all of our IT systems we can design with that in mind. It doesn't cost really anything extra to do it at the very start, but if you're a legacy airline trying to put that in afterwards, I can't even imagine where you'd start and the cost of it.
Two key words, and sorry, before we move on to I think the very interesting perspective that Radisson can contribute here. You mentioned 2030. Of course, as a UN person, for me, it's the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Of course, it's Vision 2030. We are in Saudi. That's the ambition. But is it also a commitment? Can you commit with all those plans that in give or take a decade, we will see a tangible results?
Absolutely. It's what's happening here related to the environmental and sustainability agenda is it's off the charts, the investment. It's hard even to quantify the size of the investment in the green and blue hydrogen, and actually the innovative way that they can see ways to transform their existing oil refinery capacity into carbon capture technologies, into really absolutely maximising the optimum outcome for the planet. Because again, there's so much new investment happening here from the ground upwards that they have the opportunity to get it right from day one.
I think you only mentioned twice the word cost. This comes at a price. There is a cost. And we try to raise awareness and to really win people, consumers especially, because without the consumers, we don't have anything to move on. So, of course, to what extent
for me,
are you not externalizing this? And we're witnessing, and this is no secret to anybody, of course, tourism has gone up. We've seen the numbers. We reported about it. WTC also foresees a doubling of international arrivals, also give or take a decade. Who has to burden this?
For me, in the airline world, actually, operating in a highly sustainable way, running your airline, is often the most cost-efficient way to do it. With the tools we use, flying the optimum flight path, flying at the optimum speed, we will save fuel. That's going to save us money in a world where fuel prices look like they're going to be relatively high for the next number of years. If we're reducing, reusing and recycling, items that are on board and managing that in a cost-effective way, again, we're going to save money. If by also operating in a highly sustainable, fuel-efficient way, without getting too technical, you actually save wear and tear on the engines of the aircraft, which are the most important parts to maintain. So I think we'll be able to benchmark, because we're brand new, we're from scratch. I think a lot of the learnings that we'll have at Riyadh Air, we'll be able to share with the rest of the planet, and hopefully we'll have a positive influence on aviation throughout the world.
So we go from the III, inbound, investment incentive, to the RRR, reduce,
reuse and recycle.
Exactly. R as in Radisson, of course, but then again, without really the human capital, any investment is just an empty vessel. And then I think Radisson is an excellent example from where we're standing, because, I think you're the best to explain this to us. You've been for many years in Radisson, and I think you've accompanied also this appreciation and investment in skills development and human capital, which is common sense. But as we know, common sense is at times not as common as one might wish. So why is it good business to invest in people?
I mean, just to connect what was discussed earlier in the morning, yes. Training, taking care of the talent is a key issue to develop into the future, not only in hotels, on the industries. And, you know, as you said, I'm a good example. I'm with the company for 29 years. Next year is 30 years. And I can see that this works. They take care of you as long as you take care of your job. And you set a role model for the others. So on that basis, and we spoke about Saudization and expats in Saudi Arabia, we noticed the gaps sometimes during COVID-19, and we immediately acted that the ministry was in need for a certain program, and this came actually from His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib in one of the communication meetings, that he went around and he didn't find the concierge at the hotels during the COVID-19 being active, which doesn't match with what the Kingdom wants to do when it comes to opening the visas, new tourists. So we organized a meeting with the ministry, and we have designed our own program, NTS, Navigation to Success, only about Saudi concierge. And actually, you can see the scores of our guest reviews has increased since that time. It's 2 years now. We have created another program called Abjad, where we take local nationals, supervisor levels, and push them to the managerial levels, creating managers for the future. But what was also key is that we developed the first GM, female GM, and since that time, our ratio of hiring females went up from 11% to 29% because of that GM. So we have done a lot of initiatives. Plus, they have access to the Radisson Academy, where we can offer them many jobs. But I want just to comment also on the fact, how can we be convincing to our investors and to do actions? Because all what we said in the morning is brilliant, but how to bring it into action? With Radisson, we have 10 brands, 1,200 plus hotels worldwide, in 90 countries, and we're part of the second largest hotel group, Zhenjiang. In KSA, we have 29 operational hotels, where the number will double in 2026. I think the best way we can do this and be convincing to our investors is to share a best practice. Do one, show it that it works, good to business. It can reduce your cost, increase your revenue, protect your future assets when it's green. And we have done this actually in Spain with 2 hotels where they followed the lead, which is in Europe is by directive, leadership in energy and environmental design. They're in Bilbao and Seville, and they're a Radisson collection. So the argument of that sustainability might waive some of your standards is not true. You can have luxury and sustainable. So the coming back to KSA, if we can develop a greenfield, new build hotel that is green in operations, green in build, and with renewable resources, and then that module show it to your owners, then you have a good buy.
Going back to the relationship, now the 3 of you have to work together, of course. The framework, getting people over, and having them stay somewhere. What would your wish list be to the regulatory side, really, to those setting really policies, how to make it work for everybody's benefit? And I want to go again beyond the, of course, lowering taxes, creating investment incentives. We know all of that, right? We can. That's easy to Google or to ChatGPT today. We know that. But what really makes you feel comfortable, while of course looking in all these equilibria, of course you have to ensure return on investment. You have to keep your investors happy. And by the way, footnote, I think you postponed important client meetings this afternoon to be able to sit here. So thank you very much. So what would that wish list look like?
I mean, in reality, I would like there be a directive from the governments to, I wouldn't say force it, but incentivize it, localize it, you know, make it more formal, that certain hotels has to have this and this and this. Then it will really work. If you leave it open, it will not happen as soon as you want. And at least we should start from the new build, where you say, okay, if you want to be a 5-star, this is what you should do. And then there's a second point where I think it's not only with the governments, it could be the private sector, the banks, if they can start working on green loans, where you provide the loan with a very low interest rate, only to be spent on something sustainable, only to be spent on something green. So incentivize them. And as I said, once you have that, you start looking at your bottom line. And I tell you this, I'm from operations. I can tell you in some hotels, our cost of heat, light, and power is about 14% of revenue. It's huge. So, I mean, and that's only one part of being sustainable. So just to summarize my answer, directive laws and low interest green loans.
Minister, are you doing any of this?
Yes, we are. Certainly.
What are you not doing? What can you improve?
Well,
is it a challenge, or
no,
Barbados has it all?
No, it's not. No, Barbados has it all, but it's not a challenge. Certainly, you will know that our Prime Minister, Honourable Mayor Motley, has been leading discussions of climate crisis.
Absolutely.
But what we did, for an example, during the pandemic, we created a range of incentives, and there were greening incentives and sustainability incentives in a program which we call the BEST program, to allow not only for the greening, looking at sustainability, but also looking at training within the hotel industry. So we've started that. We're continuing that now. And new builds, for example, new hotel construction, will have that element of what we call sustainability added to it, so that new construction projects would follow the guidelines as provided by the regulatory, which is the Town and Country Planning Department, as we call it in Barbados. So that's ongoing. We've committed to further investments in the sector, and we will do so. What I would like to see, and maybe to touch briefly on aviation, as we continue to build out sustainable pathways, it is important for us to drive even more airlift to the Caribbean region. Based on the projections of the UNWTO and where we're going, if we expect to increase it substantially, yes, there will be some consequences with aviation, but obviously we just heard about the initiatives there. But we need to drive more airlift into the Caribbean region so that we too, within the region, can obviously continue to build up and sustain our economies. And I think that's very important. So in Barbados, yes, as like some of the Caribbean countries, we have laid the groundwork for us during the pandemic, and we are continuing to build out. And part of the policies during the Prime Minister's annual budget, there are always policies that speak in her budget speech to sustainability and the whole, and including training. Before I left to come for this meeting, we also had a colloquium with labor unions and government and some private sector entities. And we talked about how best we can improve training, how best we can improve hotel plan, and what are additional policies that we can put together in order to drive the focus that we're attaching to this afternoon's
Minister,
presentation.
I'm not an expert in the fiscal policy of your country and how the budget cycles work, but we have political cycles, electoral cycles, and we know there's a different time horizon, of course, for a government, for a long-haul investment in aviation, even if you have really huge resources and starting from scratch. And of course, if you're investing in human capital, where the return on that investment is not immediate. How much of a challenge is it for this budgetary approach, for instance, which really makes common sense, go back to common sense, to survive beyond the next electoral cycle?
Yes. So in Barbados, we are fortunate, like most other Caribbean countries, that we have a very stable political environment. And because we announce a policy, it doesn't mean that my party should not form the next government, that it will be abandoned. What we've also done is we've captured a lot of our initiatives and incentives and policy frameworks into the legislation. And once the legislation is there, it would therefore you would have to...
So we need to decouple, of course, the political ups and downs and really pin it down deeper into what's happening.
Yes.
So, and I was going to give you the floor, Peter, immediately afterwards, because I believe that might be also a challenge in your experience, of course, from Malaysia, at least until now.
And there's quite a simple thing that most governments could do with a very, very modest investment, is in the planning of their airspace and how air traffic control works. Most airlines fly 10 to 15% too far because there's very antiquated routes that go back to the 1930s and 40s.
Right.
So with a spend in even a huge airport of maybe just $1 million, you could probably reduce down the carbon emitted by some of the airlines by between 6 and 15%. That's a very simple thing that governments could do. It'll take some planning regionally and globally, but that's something that's low-hanging fruit.
Basil, going back to, of course, the betting on people, investing in their skills development, of course, with the long-term view. Now, this morning, His Excellency, our host, my boss, the Secretary General, they presented, of course, the academy and how we're gonna work. Do you see yourself as a trendsetter? Are governments and international organizations such as the World Tourism Organization finally doing something that maybe Radisson has initiated? Do you see is the pie big enough? Are you willing to engage with our academy? Will you be crowded out? Or do you see a friendly coexistence?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a clear issue that lack of talent, not only in KSA, but in the Middle East in general, is an issue that keeps coming back to us, especially after COVID-19. We can't lost some of those talents. So to have a professional institute where you can send your people to, and they come back to you, or they're in the job and they come back to you more refined and more trained, is a huge plus. We do invest a lot of money on training. Sometimes we send them out to academies, and sometimes we bring the trainers in to save the cost. But at the end of the day, it pays off, because you can see that immediately in your guest reviews, your quality scores, and each one, half a point of quality review up is like €3 worth of money. So immediately, it's a good return on investment, definitely.
We have to come to an end, and I like to really also to keep this agile. So, headline, your takeaway from the day, from World Tourism Day, and maybe also from this debate. We need also to keep our customers here, that's the audience, and the ones hopefully also connecting on the stream. What's your main takeaway? What should everybody remember from your perspective? Of course, we're talking, of course, skills development, accommodation, Radisson. What should everybody remember?
For me, and that's my personal takeaway, I have a couple of them. One, that if we want to create all of these jobs and have all of these people visiting, we have to have the right skills. That's number one. Number two, to shift to sustainability, for me, it's not only action, it's an attitude. Because we produce and consume and move. And if we don't change all of that and the way we think about it, it will be difficult. So it's an attitude plus set of actions.
Peter, same question to you to wrap it up for the audience.
Yeah, and it's on a similar...
sorry, may I interrupt? He also committed really to this panel. He canceled a flight to Rome, I believe, he had this afternoon just to be here. So thank you again.
Yeah, for me, it's a similar theme, because I think simple, accessible, low-cost training and education for people in sustainability measures that you can do today. Not moonshot stuff. You know, there's lots and lots and lots of things. It's the detail work. Simple and accessible education around that could pay off dramatically, I think, for all of us in this industry, not just aviation, the whole tourism industry.
Not moonshot stuff. I like that, because then it's like the fireworks, right? I mean, fireworks, everybody likes them, but once the smoke is blown off, I mean, what remains?
It's the 0.5% and it's the 1%. And you do 15 of those things and it all adds up very quickly.
The Minister, your cross-cutting really experience, private sector, accommodation, transport, even water, now tourism, and having really heard what our other colleagues have said here. What are your main takeaways? What should everybody remember?
And you forgot health.
Okay.
And you forgot health as well.
We don't have the time for the other half of the CV, but okay.
Right, So, look, tourism is an experience. Travel and tourism are experiences that most travelers will want. And therefore, if we have a platform that we're going to build on experiences, we therefore have to continuously train and retrain our staff members. So I think training is a significant component in all aspects of training, and therefore what we have to do is, when we're planning our budgets, when we're planning either national budgets and hotel budgets or aviation budgets, we have to continuously focus on that portion that will make the difference in training. And I think once we continue on that pathway, especially with the numbers that we believe we will have and growth in tourism, I think that would be an excellent pathway for our people and for our societies and countries, of course.
So creating the incentives to invest, to generate the inbound, of course. Don't forget to reduce, to recycle, and to recover. And of course, this is an attitude. It's a way of life. So thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. Big round of applause, please. And you are dismissed.
Fantastic session. Thank you so much, Marcelo Risi, and to our panelists. And yes, I love what Basil said. Sustainability is an attitude. It really is. Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue and we go next to our session that focuses on innovation and technology in the tourism sector. And that session is entitled Investing in Prosperity, Bridging the Innovation Gap. And for that, we have our moderator that is standing by there in the wing, Anita Menderata. Please join me in welcoming Anita to the stage as we clear the stage as well. Anita, do make your way up. The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I'm very excited to be here. It's lovely seeing some very dear, familiar faces in the audience. And I have to say, as much as I'm very, very grateful to His Excellency, Minister Al-Khatib, for bringing us to his home, and I'm very grateful to Her Highness, Princess Haifa, for mentioning this morning that it was very cold, I'm also grateful the air conditioning is coming back on. Because we all know the cuisine here is exceptional, and the risk of going into an after-lunch nap is very high. So I'm going to make sure that we keep this session lively. We have a few minutes, we have an excellent panel, and we're going to speak about something that, quite honestly, we've all been talking about for the last 3 years. When Mother Nature grounded us all, we all started the conversation about sustainability. All of us on our Zoom screens and Teams and all of those different platforms, we're having the same conversations. What we do not want to do today in this conversation about sustainability is recycle the conversations. We're going to stop talking about the why. We're going to talk about the what, the when, the how, the who, and importantly, the how much. Because if we don't put investment behind innovation, we're not going to get the impact that we need. So it is my great pleasure to welcome up to this stage my lovely speakers who are going to be joining us. As Marcelo very kindly said, all protocols observed. I love and respect you all in the room, but we're conscious of time. So to begin with, it is my pleasure to welcome up to the stage Her Excellency, Ms. Angela Jasmine I've lost my South African voice, Honourable Minister Dalil. Mbeliwa de Kariku, the Minister of Natural Resources and Tourism from the United Republic of Tanzania. Madam, please join us on stage in your exquisite green, perfectly aligned for today. We also have a very dear friend, Mr. Robin Ingle, CEO of Ingle International, which covers global healthcare. Thank you. We also have joining us Mr. Muzammil Hussein, CEO of Al Mosafir, Regional Lead in Travel Platforms. Sir, please do join us on this stage. And we have Mr. Frédéric Degree, the CEO of NOAA Regen, our environmental engineer. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a nice, warm, but not nappable welcome to everyone. So, dear friends, thank you very much for joining us. And as we've been talking about, this session is really about bridging the gap. Now, we have talked about the fact that one of the big gaps that we have is our people. Our people are at the heart of travel and tourism. It's not just people working in the industry, it's the visited as well as the visitors. It's past, present, and future. It's those near and far, and it's those in major destinations, as well as, importantly, destinations that aren't discovered yet. We have an industry that has the ability to transform lives and livelihoods. But as we know, we lost a number of people as a result of the pandemic. 60 million jobs were lost, not to mention, and prayers for the lives that were lost as well, and the livelihoods. We all know someone whose business didn't make it through. We all know someone who's not in the room right now. Our industry lost not only a number of jobs, it lost a great deal of confidence. Confidence of people in the industry and confidence of investors. So to each of you, and keeping an eye on the clock, I'm going to give you all a 30-second challenge. And you, madam, as one of the lionesses of Africa, I'm going to ask you, when you look back at these last 3 years and the challenge that we had in doing things differently as the world reopened, which it has now, what do you in your heart fundamentally hope we don't forget that we committed to? Please.
What we did not forget to?
That we committed to. We committed to not doing certain things. We committed to no more over-tourism. We committed to we're going to deal with equity and sustainability. Now we're all busy. We're all busy getting people back on the planes, getting people back in the hotels. We're forgetting. What do you personally hope we never forget?
Personally, perhaps on the green investment, because we mostly prioritized on prevention of the COVID itself, but also to recover from the COVID pandemic. So for me, really, what is the work ahead of us is really to make sure that we continue to make sure that tourism is still, we have a quality tourism, but also sustainable, but also to make sure that we are very conscious, but also to ensure that we also keep stock and to make sure that we put much emphasis to make sure that also our tourism is culturally acceptable, but also our social values, so that we don't forget about those. But also to make sense that still we have to make sure that our tourism is also economically viable.
Yes.
So to be honest, really we have to make sure that we put sustainability theme and focus at hand really.
I love that you mentioned the economic viability of tourism, because sadly, we're in an industry where people only see our real value to economies and societies when it's shut down. And so there was a great deal of learning outside of our industry as to the importance of it. Mr. Ingle, you and I spend many an hour on many a screen. What do you hope continues to endure from all those conversations?
It was said earlier by the Minister of Tourism for Saudi, and something very important that we all have to remember is we have a thirst to connect with other people. We have a strong urge to be with other people. I think the worst situation that happened with COVID is we were locked down. We were stuck. We were put in a room. We were locked in a country. We were locked in a province, a city. We couldn't go, and we couldn't see relatives, we couldn't see friends, we couldn't travel. We are migrants, all of us. We're nomads. We cannot forget that. You know, in our civil society now, we think that we are this or we're that, but we are human beings. And human beings need to see other human beings. And I think, you know, this whole theme is about technology. All technology does is enhance our capability to connect with other humans. And we have to use it appropriately to make that happen. And this is a huge venue to be able to do that. Travel and tourism is something that can change the world, can move the world, and allow us to see that we're more similar than we are different. Lockdown isolated us.
Indeed. And you were apart from your son halfway across the world for how long?
Okay, that was a good story. My son was in China teaching. He's got a PhD in mathematics, running a math department in Shenzhou. Went back to Chiang Mai where he taught. Borders closed. He was trapped. He didn't have a visa. He couldn't stay, going back and forth. What's interesting, he got through that. But I can tell you, mental health is a problem. He was isolated, he was trapped. He lost all his money that he had earned. Now he's got a job, and do you know where he moved to? Morocco, just before the earthquake. So he's in Casablanca, so it didn't affect him, but it was just interesting. So he wants to see the world, he wants to teach, he wants to go out there, and I love the fact that you're putting this new travel and tourism academic facility together. It's huge.
Indeed, and it does indeed bridge that gap that is so necessary. Muzamil, from your perspective, what do you hope we never forget from that time we had apart?
I think there are many lessons, but I think a few that really come to mind is one is when things really got bad, it was a great opportunity, and in order to come out of it, the industry, the public and the private sector had to work together. I think that shouldn't stop, and today is a great example, but collectively, in order for tourism to be successful in any country, the public and the private sector have to continue to work together on a strategic plan and agenda. And secondly, I think is we as a company, as a country here, rest of the industry, invested a lot in the people, training. Yes. The ones that were able to keep their jobs, we train them, we continue to invest in them. We can't stop that. Even though when business gets back and borders are open and things are busy, the hotels are busy and occupied, have to keep investing in the people on the ground that are going to deliver the experience.
I love the fact that you've mentioned this whole side of it, because to your point, going into COVID, we thought we were an interconnected industry, we're integrated. No, we're interdependent. Mm-hmm. If the airlines aren't flying and the airports aren't open, the hotels aren't going to be filled, the wildlife is not going to be viewed, people are not going to be able to protect their families and therefore keep the wildlife alive. That truism came out so powerfully, and that's where it's so important that we keep remembering what are those thank yous we have. And for the first time, loudly, the governments, public sector and private sector were saying to each other, thank you for being there for me. That was a really good outcome from what we've seen. And Frederic, from your side, please.
Okay, so I think that the COVID period was a very great example, because we have, as human beings, lost our freedom, but we have seen very, very rapidly that nature has gained its freedom. So it was very interesting to see animals, wild animals, going back into the cities because we weren't there. So this is to showcase that the tourism industry has the ability to change the things in the good way and the bad way. I completely understand that after COVID, it was to run back to business, trying to get back into the activity and recover. But it's here very interesting to see that if we move the lines and change business as usual, tourism can also be part of the solution. And that's very interesting. Another thing which COVID showcased, the ability to use the human system to deploy capital to help in an emergency situation, and to mobilize the private and public sector in a way that never has been done before. And honestly, I think COVID was a very robust crisis. One which is even more important is the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis. The planet is burning, and with the same mobilization, we can definitely tackle climate change and planet emergency situation. So I think that system has been used to recover from COVID. Now we have to use the same principle to tackle the climate crisis.
It's an important point you mentioned, because if we don't respond with the same unity and focus and urgency as we did to the pandemic, shame on us, because Mother Nature will teach us again. What's important as well is the fact that it's not just we as an industry and what we're doing. Travelers have changed. They're demanding action from us. They don't want to feel guilty about flying. They don't want to feel that their money is not going to the local communities, but the Curio Fund is going to someone else. They want to see it. I'm going to ask you each as well, what do you see as the fundamental difference, not just in how we view the industry and what the gap is that we need to fix, especially with innovation? What are you seeing from a traveler demand perspective? And Robin, I'm going to start with you, because you have an interesting piece of the ecosystem that you address.
You're referring to me, right? Okay. Yeah, because I should point out, I'm in the insurance business, travel insurance globally. We do healthcare, and we do that globally. We work with insurance companies providing healthcare services, including medical second opinion and mental health services. And then we build technology. So we build mobile and web-based applications for identifying risk, providing information on locations, and giving information to the individual. And one thing I've noticed about travelers, And this is something we forget, because travel started booming. You know, when things opened up, we didn't have enough staff. All the companies were running around trying to catch up, and business was coming, and everybody was trying to make up for lost time. But in the traveler's mind today, there is still fear. There is fear of lockdowns. There's fear of another pandemic, epidemic, problem. There's social unrest. There's political issues. There's problems that affect a traveler. So today, what I really liked about all the different speakers is you saw a full dynamic, a full holistic view of the travel industry itself. The environment is important, but community is important. Traveling during the pandemic to Chiang Mai, for example, I saw people from the hill villages that were used to selling products to Chinese tourists who weren't there. They came every day in the heat and stood at their stall and nobody was there. The guys in the red trucks, there was nobody there. The tuk-tuks, nobody there. And those are the people that vote in a country. Those are the people that make a difference. And I think you've got to deal with that. You've got to think about that. There's that fear. How do we get that? How do we get them to feel relaxed?
Indeed, and then the visibility now of the gap that exists. Madam, from your perspective, because you have a spectacular tourism offering, but it's suffered right through, not just the ecosystem, but society and environmentally. What are you finding travelers are now saying, you need to focus on this and invest in this if you want my support of your destination?
First of all is to make sure that right now we have a new demographic, or I can say an emerging and upcoming millennials and Generation Z. So we have to make sure that we cater for their best experience, which can also have a long-lasting relationship with them. So it's to make sure we have a seamless integration as much as possible on the cutting-edge technologies, but also innovation, so that from the time they have the initial planning preparation of their journey, the actual implementation of the journey and actualization, they should make sure that it should become as seamless as possible, effective, efficient, but also very quick, so that they can have a memorable and unforgettable experience. Yeah.
And it's interesting, because the seamlessness goes right to, Robin, what you were saying about the peace of mind and the feeling of safety, that there's no disruption that's taking place. Yes. Frederick, I'm going to throw it to yourself now, because you at heart are an environmental engineer. And what are you finding is when we talk about the innovation gap, where do you find, from a demand side, the pressure is now coming?
Okay, so as you have been introducing at the beginning, it's completely true. It's a story of raising a significant amount of capital to be able to deploy properly, okay? With no funds, we go nowhere. And this is all about, let's say, designing a new model, not relying on the model which basically doesn't work today. Most of the industry in the tourism is not able to benefit from the current model. So, I mean, I've been very inspired when I've met Secretary General of UNWTO. I came with a dream, okay? That's a reference for the 60th anniversary of another man who had a dream 60 years ago, which was Martin Luther King. Himself, he decided to change the world, he made it. Today we have an amazing opportunity to change the world with a new model that we've been designing. When I've met Surab Pololikashvili, I've explaining my dream to go for a global impact. And for a global impact, it's the need to create a model which is able to raise hundreds of billions a year, not other things. And he decided to introduce me to his executive director, which is Saritza, just here. And we believe that we share the same dream, and that the private sector, which I represent, can join forces with UN system to make a new model. This is exactly what we are addressing today. So there is, in the world we're living today, a lot of opportunities. One of them belongs to the nature-based assets, where we can get a lot of investment from a new revenue sources once we protect nature. Okay, so we are designing a totally disruptive platform to catch this carbon with a high level and high value, with traceability, transparency, trustability, going far beyond carbon. We are going to audit the 17 SDGs to bring to the market something completely new, robust, with high value and trustability. But more than this, we've been designing something which is disruptive, which is unlocking the blue carbon market. It's a multi-billion-dollar market, and mostly for island state or coastal territories. And we have the ability now to unlock it and reinvest it into their circular economies as a junior tranche to de-risk the private equity. And UNWTO is bringing another part of the tool, which is a UN net zero facility with the capacity to adopt symbolic taxes into the value chain, which represent 10% of the global GDP. So properly done, it can become another way to raise, channel, and spend hundreds of billions as de-risking tranche to help tourism going from business as usual to something much more sustainable.
Which is lovely as well, because you've also tapped into something I want to speak to Muzamil about very briefly. Is you're saying the demand is changing in terms of what people are wanting. Yep. They're wanting nature-based, they're wanting to engage more, they're wanting the peace of mind. Muzamil, in 60 seconds, can you please share what you're finding? You have one of the best regional travel platforms in terms of being able to really take the demand and translate that into, okay, we need to invest in these areas.
I think what we're finding consistently after COVID, people realize that travel is an experience. So they're really looking for an experience. Yes, there are people who want to just go to a city and stay in their hotel, but actually people want to enjoy the destination. So whatever any country like Saudi Arabia, which is now opened up for tourism, is, or any other part of the world, is really making sure the customers on the ground have a seamless experience and a number of activities and things to do that actually will make them remember.
Absolutely.
They were locked up in their apartments and their homes for almost a year, in some countries 2 years. And when they got out, they really want to enjoy that time. It's a very precious time for people when they travel, and they need to really have that experience.
It's true. They're still taking the photographs, but the meaning of the photograph has changed. So as we count down in our last seconds, and we have the clock ahead of us, I'm going to ask you all. We have decision makers in the room, we have leaders in the room, we have investors in the room. If I were to ask you in one tight phrasing of words, what do you believe is priority number one for investment to bridge the gap to get us going in the right direction? Madam.
Number one, particularly which will be directed to the governments, is to make sure that we have an enabling environment, particularly for policies, but also regulatory frameworks, but also legal and other macro plans. Brilliant. So for me, those are very, very key enablers to be able to make sure that we succeed in investment. And this should be directed to governments.
So, Honourable Minister, you're saying we need a really big pair of scissors to cut through red tape and make things happen quickly and green. Robin, from your perspective.
I agree totally with that. The red tape, traveling can be complex. It needs to be easier. I think concentrating on sustainable local hospitality is very important. Looking at the communities so you can get more involved in the community so you learn something through that process is very important. And helping the individual with information so that they can make a safe, seamless journey. That's something that WTTC has been pushing all through COVID, which is help that traveler travel.
Brilliant. Muzamil, from your perspective.
The private sector is key for innovation, but in order to innovate, the private sector has mandate from their shareholders or their investors. And while the traditional element of subsidies or funding is always there, it's actually supporting risk-taking and enabling risk-taking that would, I think, elevate the private sector to do more innovation.
Brilliant. Thank you. And Frédéric, please.
Okay, so as I said, I have a dream to change the world for the better at global scale. I share that dream with UNWTO. So for the leaders and the players of the industry which are here in the room, I opened the door. I opened the door because we are launching the new model I was thinking about in 6 weeks' time at the UN Palace in Geneva, mid of November. The dates will be communicated soon. So you're all invited to play the game, to use that new model, that new tool to make it even quicker impact and to scale up quicker than we can do alone. So it's a great invitation. The door is open and you're most than welcome.
Brilliant. So the scissors are being put in place. The peace of mind is a priority, making it happen, and be with us in 6 weeks' time to see it happening.
Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big thank you to my speed panel. Thank you very much for sharing, and thank you very much for joining us here in beautiful Riyadh.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent. We're now going to transition into our next panel, which is actually going to be building on everything that's been spoken about. And it's quite nice to be able to do that transition and actually talking about powering entrepreneurship. We know that we have 80% of our industry is SME-based. We know that we have all these young ideas and all these great ideas. Green investment is not just green as an environment, it's green as in young people. So how do we actually start powering up these investments? So we're going to take the thinking that we've had from this panel and from the rest of today and bring it together as I bring onto the stage Her Excellency, Ms. Yadira Gomez, the Minister of Tourism of Honduras. Please join me. Mr. Javier Villamazir, the operating partner of SoftBank, please. We also have Mr. Ahmed Daoud, Executive Director of Innovation from the RCU, so technically my RCU family. And we have Eduardo Carmona, the CEO of Sudameric on impact investment. Please join us. Excellent. Fabulous. Thank you very much. I must say, I've been looking forward to these two panels because it allows us to tap into first what we learned as practitioners during the last 1,000 days and how we take those learnings and put them into action. So as we go through this, you heard from my last panel the question. Honorable Minister, when you reflect back, what is the big lesson you learned that Mother Nature gave you about what we need to focus on when we talk about sustainability and the future of tourism? Please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to speak in Spanish.
Perfect.
Okay.
Does everyone have their headsets ready? We're going to be speaking in Spanish.
Yes, we have just finished last week Terminé, la semana pasada hicimos un foro sobre turismo sostenible y cambio climático. Realmente que nosotros estamos muy preocupados en este cambio en el turismo, sobre todo en la América Central. Hemos tenido el calentamiento del mar, lo que ha conducido a que nuestros corales se están blanqueando, están enfermos. Aparte de eso, tenemos los derrumbes, tenemos la parte de la sequía. Todo eso realmente nos ha llevado a reaccionar y a tener todas las políticas para mitigar un poco estos problemas. Como le dije, tuvimos la reunión la semana pasada, contamos con muchos ministros de América Latina, discutimos y la verdad es que vamos a tomar medidas conjuntas para ver cómo podemos frenar un poco esto.
It's lovely that you speak about that. It's not just that you debated, we're going to take action. We've committed to doing that. I think that's always the litmus test. The dialogues are one thing, but actually making it happen is another. Javier, from your perspective, what did you learn? You're a gentleman who's in technology and telecoms, and thank heavens for you, because you allowed us to all keep connected digitally. But what did you learn coming out of the time?
I think the pandemic obviously created a step function change in multiple industries. And I think in the case of travel, once the lockdowns were in place, and the world was, everybody was at home and working from home and not being able to travel. And then You know, a few months or a couple of years later, suddenly we have everybody with that repressed impetus for going and visiting places and getting to know places. I think that change in that drastic mode taught us that we have to be prepared, right? We need to have in place, in the case of my business, the technologies that are required in order to be able to be resilient, in order to be able to respond to these kind of changes, right? There is a famous analogy of if you put a frog into a glass of water and you start turning the heat up, the frog will never jump and it will die, you know. But if you do it quickly and you put it in hot water, it will jump, right? Human beings are like that, right? If we move slowly, some way we accommodate, some way we evolve. But if things happen overnight, we're normally not prepared, and societies are not prepared. You and I were talking about before infrastructure, right? We shut down, we are in this low touch, no touch situation at an airport, at a hotel, at a stadium. There was no infrastructure for that. There was no infrastructure in a lot of countries, in a lot of airports, in order to have a no-touch check-in at a counter or going to a plane, right? So I think the major lesson from our point of view is we need to think and we need to foster innovation and invest in technology that is going to help us to be prepared for things like that.
Indeed. And I like what you're saying because it actually links to the Honourable Minister as well. We see the damage that's being done. We need to respond with action, and that action needs to be about speed and scale as well. So it's not just little steps that are being taken. Quantum leaps need to be taken, which is a perfect segue into Ahmed. As we look at quantum leaps in development, Alula is a beautiful example of that. And you kept building, you kept developing and innovating during COVID when it became the RCU bubble in many ways. What was the big learning from your point of view as a professional innovator around what we really need to make sure we take as a lesson and apply going into the future?
So I joined RCU almost 2 or 3 months after we were out of the deep end of the COVID pandemic. We still had the Tawakkalna app that I'm sure many of us here wish to never return to for the same reasons we were using it before. But the lessons I learned during that period and in kind of transitioning from a previous role into RCU is to always remember the power of human ingenuity in getting us out of situations that we could have never fathomed. But also to take that forward and say, let's account for that. Let's not get surprised by it. Let's not get caught off guard. Because I arrived in Alula to find a place that was so vibrant, it felt like COVID had never happened here. As you mentioned, the development was continuing. That was an incubation period that RCU used to kind of build further upon their master plans, build further towards their ambitions. Right now we have ambitions to grow to 2 million visitors, 8,500 keys, 40,000 new jobs. A lot of this planning, a lot of this thinking happened during that time. The human ingenuity did not go away, whether it was in technology in terms of how do we connect in this era where we have lost a lot of the ability to connect at a human level, but also in how we plan going forward. But the important thing is to say, we have this asset, human ingenuity, that can help us get through difficult situations, help us create a more sustainable yet still vibrant future. How do we make sure that we account for the unexpected and plan ahead? How do we say we need to build strategies that will get us through periods where there isn't a pandemic and can also survive if something, God forbid, happens that allows us to shut down again in some way?
Indeed. And it was interesting because Amr, the CEO of the RCU, is one of the most visionary leaders in the world that I've had the blessing of working with, and yourself as well. He wanted to make sure that Alula was pandemic proof. It was crisis proof, so that it was resilience was about the ability to risk mitigate through it all. Now, Eduardo, I was very excited to see that you're on this panel because you're going to be my truth commissioner. Your focus on impact investing is an important one because you're able to look at all of these great intentions and know how to make them work. From your perspective, when you look at what you learned about other people's ability to really embed sustainability into tourism in the future, what do you feel it's important that people remember as priority? So the Honourable Minister, don't forget this. Javier, don't forget this. Ahmed, don't forget this. From your expertise, please.
Anita, I think we need to learn that we don't control nature. We don't control our time many times. That means it's not in our hands. We need to plan according to that. However, we cannot live with that in our minds all day because we will be scared, we will be at home, and we will not have a life. But if we move now, if we reset some of our strategies and we respect what we are doing, our business, tourism, is the perfect scenario to do that. When we are talking, and we have been spending all day today talking about sustainability, green, well, we think that is the way to do it and do it in a slightly different way. What we have identified is that the new generations want something different. That's been the public, the market is asking for something different. What we are doing in Chile, we suffer a lot with pandemic. The tourist industry, we didn't receive anyone. That's been, most of our tourists, the high tourists in Chile is 100% foreigners. Nobody wants, right? That's been, we have a substantial crisis. However, we are resetting ourselves. We are investing in initiatives that will bring investors to what we think is the future of the tourism. Slightly different. It's not a huge change in terms of strategy, it's a huge change in how we do things. And I think that is the way to look at it.
I love what you're saying in terms of how you're now articulating the narrative to investors. And so I'm going to use this panel as a cross conversation. So when you think of how you're now shaping that narrative for investors, and the Honourable Minister shared that they had this great summit last week. They've talked about things, they've made action plans. How would you help the Honourable Minister articulate what's the investment business case? She needs to put the policies in place. But Madam, when you are trying to attract investors, this is the language you need to use. Is there anything you can share?
Absolutely. And we have been talking a lot today about that. Our fund, for example, is a combination of public and private money. We work together. The private money and the private companies, we administrate the fund. The public money support us to give good return to our investors. However, to support a business that could be considered with a higher degree of risk, right? There is of course, we are coming out of a crisis, a substantial crisis. It's been private investors, sometimes they are scared that the market is not coming, will take longer. Our view is completely different. The people want to go out. The people want to use the time today and travel. Somebody mentioned this morning, travel and look for experiences. Travel and go to a place where it's not crowded, it's less people there. We need to be less invasive in nature. Now, with good policies and support from governments or regions to get the infrastructure, to bring the people there in a sustainable way, we can develop the business around those areas. And what is the better, it's a great way to do it with tourism because we are involving people regionally, we are involved in education as we have been discussing. It's been to touch upon several aspects of what we need to develop in different countries. It's been, is that the right combination? If we do it together with the government, with a view of creating value in the long term, and I think that is the perfect combination, and that's where the market is going.
Indeed, and it goes again to the shift where public and private value the opportunity to work together. Madam, when you please.
Yes, como él decía, hay cosas que podemos cambiar y otras no. La naturaleza es algo con la que no podemos. Pero sí podemos tener en el sector cambios importantes en los que, aparte de mantener un turismo sostenible, respetuoso de la naturaleza, Debemos de enfocarnos también, y como lo he venido yendo en todo este día, la inversión en el ser humano. Nosotros en turismo tenemos realmente los salarios más bajos y, como decía hoy el ministro de Arabia Saudita, ¿de qué nos sirve ir a un hotel precioso con todas las instalaciones cuando nos va a tal vez la persona que nos recibe pues no está en las mejores condiciones para hacerlo? Y la verdad es que si usted va a un hotel y la recepcionista está pensando de que tal vez no ha pagado la casa o que no tiene suficiente dinero para atender una necesidad médica, entonces eso influye. Entonces cuando nos dicen tenemos que capacitar, tenemos que educar al emprendedor, pero yo creo que también tiene que haber una educación hacia los inversionistas. Ellos deben de pensar, y yo sé que toda inversión quiere un retorno, pero ellos deben de estar conscientes que si invierten también en el capital humano, al final el retorno también les va a venir. Y es algo muy importante que deberíamos de ver, porque definitivamente en nuestro sector, nosotros, el capital humano es el embajador. El capital humano es el que realmente hace que nuestros negocios puedan crecer en turismo y es nuestra representación de país. Entonces, tanto el sector privado como el sector público tenemos que enfocarnos en mejorar al capital humano.
Absolutely, and that's so important again to not just create those jobs for young people, but give them the confidence that their jobs are safe, that they are valued, and that their participation makes a difference. I'm going to carry it now to Ahmed from your perspective, because the RCU has done incredible work in working with local youth, working with international partners to be able to create these programs for young people. When we talk about powering entrepreneurship, if I give you 60 seconds, what's the big lesson you as an innovator have learned about convincing investors these are the people to invest in for the future of our industry? Please.
Well, at RCU, we do act as not only the regulator, but the main mover of the economic activity in El Ola. And we are the ones kind of making the educated decisions and the assessments on where do we invest to ensure the best outcome, the best future for the prosperity of El Ola as a county, but also the greatest impact in terms of our contribution to the overall Vision 2030 and beyond. So we've very intentionally invested in the local youth in El Ola. We realize that when we create 40,000 jobs, these 40,000 jobs are best served by the community, the local community in which these jobs exist, in which these hotels and outlets exist. So we are investing heavily in not only the education and training of the local community from a hospitality perspective, but also nurturing the local entrepreneurial ecosystem from a sub-seed stage into a more mature stage so they can serve the broader ecosystem. We're also looking at how do we create synergies between a broader global entrepreneurial ecosystem, making investments directly in them, not from a venture capital or a corporate venture capital perspective, that's not our position, but in terms of creating symbiotic relationships where we can compete as a nascent tourist destination by leveraging these advanced solutions that are being developed on the S side of this, the SME spectrum. We're doing that currently with local startups within Saudi Arabia, and we're investing heavily in expanding that model to a global entrepreneurial ecosystem as well.
And I think that the fact that you said it is a symbiotic relationship, it's a relationship with the youth. It's the relationship with the investors and bringing them into that to see the proof of delivery, which is always so important. So Javier, you and I were talking off stage about the fact that all of this innovation opportunity, all of this investment doesn't work if people can't connect. We talk about innovation and it's so often defaulted to an app, a program, an idea. But if we don't have connectivity, we don't have that. How would you articulate the business case for people investing into the ability to connect, please?
I think it's absolutely critical, right? As technology becomes more pervasive, and you say we move from, a book that was full of maps into Google Maps that now allow us to navigate a city. Or when we go and visit a new place, we start Googling all the touristy places that we want to visit. At the end, we are heavily dependent on that connectivity. Yes. That connectivity needs to exist. I think the minister was talking about what the government needs to do, right? And government can create regulatory frameworks for multiple things, but I think the collaboration in between different sides of governments in order to put all the components that are needed for tourism industry to grow is critical, right? And telecommunications is going to be super important. What do we need to do? There are countries that are starting to offer, for example, public Wi-Fi, right? Make it completely pervasive. Cities that are connected with Wi-Fi, that I don't need when I go into a new city to have a roaming plan and pay $10, $20, $25 a day, because then some things are not going to be affordable for people. So governments, public sector need to see that. And you were asking about the business case. The business case is very simple, right? The easier you make it for people to go to a place, to feel safe, to feel that they can experience the place, to feel that they can enjoy the place, you're going to have more people, right? I'm Colombian. We used to have a slogan in Colombia that a satisfied tourist brings more tourists. We used to say that. And I think that's what's going to happen. Like if you have people that is satisfied because they were safe, they were able to see amazing things, they were connected, they were able to use all the apps, they were able to, order an Uber or order food, whatever, from their phones, then they are going to tell their friends, right? We live in a social network environment. Everything is viral. Everything that a lot of our kids or our friends learn about is because we post it in Instagram or Twitter or Facebook. So if that's the way that, this virality is what is going to continue helping the industry to grow.
It's true. It's very true. And I think it's important is, again, that proof of delivery is always critical. And I can see my zeros are flashing as we all can. I'm going to steal 10 seconds with each of you, but otherwise those are going to go very red.
Thank you.
We've had some wonderful announcements today of proof of delivery. We said we're going to invest in young people. We're creating the Hospitality and Tourism School. We said we're going to do this. We're doing that. Honorable Minister, a year from now on World Tourism Day, in 10 seconds, what are you going to be able to say, we did this?
Okay. Algo que yo quisiera compartir es sobre cómo nosotros hemos incorporado a los emprendedores al turismo. Bueno, está la capacitación, la educación, el marketing, etcétera. Pero lo que hemos encontrado como para exponerlos a ellos, para que puedan vender sus productos de la mejor forma, es la legalización. Tratar de transferir del sector informal al sector formal.
Lovely.
Obvio que cuanto eso ha implicado, cuando uno les dice a los emprendedores que pasen a legalizar sus negocios, ellos tienen miedo, entre otros por los impuestos. Entonces, paralelamente, nosotros tenemos que ofrecer políticas de incentivos para que ellos puedan aceptar. ¿Y qué les ha abierto eso? Eso les ha abierto el poder vender a través de licitaciones. Por ejemplo, el Estado compra cantidad de productos que hoy por hoy los emprendedores los están vendiendo. Y Honduras, por ejemplo, nosotros tenemos nuestro mayor turismo, son los cruceros. Gracias a esta legalización que tuvieron, los cruceros nos compran café, nos compran aceite de coco, nos compran verduras. O sea, lo que yo les puedo decir es que lo mejor que hemos podido hacer por ellos es la legalización para que ellos puedan tener el acceso a un mercado internacional.
It's beautiful. I love the fact that you're creating that circular economy by understanding from them, this is what you're worried about, this is what we're doing to eliminate that worry, which is lovely. Javier, 10 seconds.
On the technology side, I'm a believer that travel is one of those industries that adopted technology very early, right? We all moved from talking to a person to make a reservation, to go into an OTA and buying a ticket ourselves. We are right now in an inflection point in technology. AI, generative AI, large language models are becoming our daily bread. I'm a big believer that in the next 12 months, there's going to be huge adoption of these kind of technologies in the travel and tourism industry. We're going to see new applications. We're going to see productivity enhancement through the application of these technologies. And I think you ask what I want to see in a year, I want to see that. I want to see a real new revolution in terms of how technology is adopted in travel and tourism.
Lovely. Eduardo, 10 seconds. Proper Swiss 10 seconds.
Very simple. We have a vehicle, and in 1 year time, we hope we have been able to develop our funds, invest in several entrepreneurs that really like and want sustainable green tourism.
Brilliant. Thank you. And Ahmed, I'm going to let you bring it home. Choose one RCU project, and you can say a year from now, we did this in 10 seconds.
Well, I won't refer to one specific project because it'd be difficult to pick one that really stands out across the many that we have. But I'll take us very quickly back to a comment made by Natalia this morning when she was talking about the growth rate in investments in tourism in Saudi Arabia being 80% increase over 1 year. What I'd like to come back in a year and say is that we at Al Ula have figured out a blueprint, a way to engage entrepreneurs and startups in helping us create a sustainable model for this level of growth that is not only sustainable but regenerative, creates wealth and opportunities for local communities, but also allows us to continue to invest in our local environment as well.
I love what all you've said because, ladies and gentlemen, all four of our speakers have concluded this perfectly in a very clear, help us help you. Working with those young entrepreneurs, tell us what you need. We will find the ways of making it happen, and we'll see a year from now exactly what is delivered. But for the moment, ladies and gentlemen, a very loving shukran to our panel as I hand back the stage to Maria.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. What an amazing 2 sessions. Thank you so much to Anita Menderata and her fantastic panelists. Once again, a round of applause for both those sessions. Thank you so much. And I really loved what the minister said, the minister of Honduras, el retorno del capital humano. El capital humano es nuestro embajador. I hope I can translate. It's not easy being bilingual. Sometimes you forget. Human capital is our best ambassador. I really think that is such a beautiful message. All right, we're going to continue, and we're going to speak about women in the tourism sector. Women actually make up most parts of the tourist workforce in the world, and according to the UNWTO, more than 54% of women employed in tourism are women. But in the Arab world, women represent 8% of regional tourist workforce. Now, in this next session, a very exciting next session, we'll look at the UNWTO's Women in Tech Startup Competition final. Now, it was focused on the Middle East, and the competition attracted over 150 startups from the region, but only four out of 150 will claim the top prize. To tell us more about this exciting project and to lead this segment of the program, please join me in welcoming Basma Al-Maiman, the UNWTO Regional Director of the Middle East. The floor is yours for this exciting project.
Is this working? Ladies and gentlemen, happy World Tourism Day. We are pleased to introduce our first Women in Tech Startup competition in the Middle East. Entrepreneurship has previously disrupted the tourism sector, changing the ways people travel and also changing the experiences and the different locations people travel to. Also in doing so, innovation and creativity is the topic of our session. At the same time, tourism offers many opportunities for prospective entrepreneurs in tourism-adjacent sectors to grow their businesses and capitalize on demand for good services from incoming tourists. The synergies between tourism entrepreneurship and innovation are well-founded and can be meaningfully strengthened. A key enabler in this regard is fostering enabling environments for investors to empower entrepreneurs to take the sector forward. Today, we are joined by our distinguished winners in the Tourism and Innovation Nexus, who will showcase their solutions and startups on the most effective ways to drive digitalization in tourism sector and to create and innovate and also entrepreneurship ecosystem that will maximize the potential of our sector. So why women in tech? 57% of science, technology, engineering, and math graduates in the Middle East are women. 34% of the region's tech-focused startups were also founded by women. However, globally, women founders secured only 2.2% of global venture capital funding in 2019. Countries across the Middle East have integrated innovation and women empowerment within their long-term economic development plans. We see this in Vision 2030, where increasing women participation in the labor force as an initiative. Saudi female participation already increased from 16% to 35.6% between 2016 and 2021. Now, if you allow me, I would like to pass the floor to my colleague, Mr. Nicolas Barrios, the Innovation Manager at the Regional Office for the Middle East, to dive deeper on the competition overview and objectives.
Thank you very much, everybody. For us in the regional office, it's a very exciting moment. We chose to have this first startup competition from the regional office dedicated to the Arab women, and we celebrate them today. This initiative that is directed to women entrepreneurs in the 13 countries of the Middle East is strongly anchored in the Sustainable Development Goals, of course, because we are a UN agency, and this is at the core of our mandate. So SDG 5, gender equality, also decent work, economic work, industry innovation, and partnerships. These are all goals that we need to contribute to achieve. Things are already happening here in a very, very fast pace, and we just want to contribute with our effort and our touch of internationality and originality that we allow ourselves to propose. So this startup competition was directed to startups that were women-led or owned in the Middle East region with a full team, with an innovative proposal, and harnessing, of course, tech in tourism. The startup competition was divided or structured in 4 categories. Category 1 was tourism and travel experience. Category 2 was social impact. Category 3, events and community. And category 4, future tech. For each of these categories, we have selected a very interesting, 3 amazing startups led by 4 amazing startups led by 4 amazing ladies that we're gonna get to know right away. This competition we launched in March, and it's been running all the way to July, and we were just looking into this moment to celebrate the final and to give them the right credit. There was 143 applicants through the whole region, 30 applicants from Saudi Arabia, 30 from UAE, 26 from Iraq, 22 from Lebanon, 20 from Egypt, 6 from Jordan, 5 from Qatar, and 1 from Oman, Syria, Bahrain, and Yemen. So it was widespread representative, and we're very happy also for that. So what was the goal of this startup competition? It was to promote them, to incorporate them to our network, and to give them a series of benefits. They will be traveling to, they will be traveled and accommodated here. They'll be having also a program, innovation program with Royal Commission of Alula. They will have scholarship opportunities in the UNWTO Online Academy, visibility through our networks, and of course, access to mentorship and opportunities to connect to investors. Also, this set of benefits that we can offer to the startups would not be possible without the collaboration of our main partners, such as Al Musafir, that took care of treating them like VVIPs here, flying them over and hosting them and treating them like, honestly, better than us. And also RCU, Royal Commission of Alula, that will be engaging them in their innovation program. And this is something very special that we are very fortunate to have. But probably our best fortune, and I talked about that particularly, is because I'm blessed to have a very young and very powerful team of ladies in my department that have helped me move this forward, and especially Salma Arafa, who took this project as her, treasure and pushed it forward and made it happen all the way to today. So thank you very much to my team, and thank you very much, Salma. And at this point, I'll give you back the floor, dear Asma.
My notes? I don't know where.
Sorry, I took her notes.
Thank you, Nicholas. Now, the time we've been waiting for a long time. We have the winners in different categories. We have 4 categories for this competition. Category 1 is tourism and travel experience, and the winner is Sparkle Haze from UAE. Category 2 is social impact, and the winner is Plastis from Saudi Arabia. And for category 3, events and community, and the winner is Fusha from Egypt. And category 4, future tech, the winner is Zenius Academy from UAE. If I may invite the representative of Sparkle Haze. Would you tell us about your company?
Sure. Thank you, Basma, and thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity today. Thank you, everyone. My name is Kirti Chandel, and I'm a CEO and founder for Sparkle Haze. And we build Woohoo. This is the product. Woohoo is an in-room voice assistant for hospitality. It's like Alexa, but more focused on enterprise and privacy. Woohoo is the world's first generative AI voice assistant, and it's combined typical hotel room devices into one single device. So your alarm clock, speakers, and different components into one single device, which helps the hospitality, and it's integrated with the all hotels backend system. We have been honored to be accelerated by Saudi Tourism Authority and Singapore Tourism Board to transform the hospitality and tourism industry. With WUHU, we have been significantly able to impact the three major areas. Number one is boosting the tourism economy. Thanks to the partnership with the tourism boards and ministries that we have been able to add the WUHU device to a hotel room that are able to showcase the information about local cities, tours and attraction, and empower the local businesses like artists and craftsmen to help sell their products and you can say souvenirs to the tourists directly into the hotel. The other major area of the impact is green tourism. By replacing all the hardwares and combining into one single device within the room, it not only saves, you can say, the lot of cost for the hotel, but also being able to, you can say, manage the energy efficiently. WUHU also helps bring the digital transformation that can help get rid of the, you can say, the paper within the room, like the menu, the compendiums, and that helps the hotel with sustainability. Using WUHU can also help promote offers for F&B and bakeries, which can actually help with the food wastage. Another important way is by educating the guest by adding screensaver and images about the sustainability and giving tips and information to contribute towards the green tourism. And the third area of impact is understanding people and their preferences. Using WUHU, we can improve the tourist by, tourist and guest engagement by analyzing the data around the people like orders, which age group, gender, or nationality they are ordering from. This information can actually help the hospitality and in general for the tourism government. WUHU is innovative, it's sustainable, and it's also data-driven. And we feel it is the future of hospitality. Thank you, and feel free to reach out if you're planning to transform your tourism and hospitality industry in your country and in your region. Thank you.
Thank you, Sparkle Hayes. Now, may I invite the representative of Placets? Can you tell us about your project?
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. My name is Nof Al-Hazmi. I'm the founder and CEO of Plastis, a whole new plastic for a circular economy. Now, the problem in the market is that there's so many plastic products labeled as compostable, but the truth is they actually cost you way more than conventional plastic just to get rid of. So the world's only solution moving forward is in biotechnology, a product that is completely 100% biodegradable bioplastic called PHA, or polyhydroxyalkanoates, that can safely biodegrade in soil and in the ocean in about 3 months and has a shelf life of up to 5 years. And that is exactly what Plastis is all about. We have patented technology that converts organic waste into completely 100% biodegradable bioplastic, PHA. For example, for each 1 kilogram of used cooking oil, we can give you a high yield of 97% of PHA biodegradable bioplastic. So how do we do it? We actually ferment organic waste in bioreactors, or in simpler words, fermenters, and then we extract this plastic from within the bacterial cells. Now, this plastic does not require any retrofitting to your existing manufacturing plastic facility, injection and molding, for example. We were able to bring this technology from the biomedical application to the consumer market by reducing the manufacturing and purification cost by nearly half. So now, even though the market is valued at $400 billion, there are only a handful of players around the world, yet we have the highest yield of PHA bioplastic. In less than a year, we managed to open up 2 facilities in 2 continents, in Saudi Arabia and in Khobar, and in the US in San Francisco. We're working on fulfilling orders for Nike, Chipotle, Home Depot, and Amazon. Now, we're looking also at making $170 million in sales in year 3. And our team are experts in finance, investment, bioprocess engineering, chemical engineering, recombinant DNA. We're done with the lab, with the pilot, and now we're closing the seed round to do our demonstration plant so we can start producing in tons. So money started coming in, but if you are interested in investment, please scan the code, join us in this journey, and let's get the world moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Plastis. Now, if we can invite the representative of Fusha to talk to us about the company, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Excellencies and distinguished guests. My name is Minna Ayad. I'm the co-founder, CEO, and CTO of Fusha. I'm thrilled to be here today on World Tourism Day to tell you more about our startup Fusha and how we are digitizing the tourism industry in Egypt and soon in the MENA region. In this digital era, travelers and locals turn to their smartphones in order to discover new experiences and activities they can do in the city. However, there is a gap for a mobile digital platform tailored for the MENA region, which consolidates all the available experiences in a country. And this gap has left us with complicated manual experience for the travelers and locals, lost opportunities for the experience providers, and hidden gems undiscovered. And with Fusha, we are filling this gap. So Fusha is an AI-powered app which connects travelers and locals with unforgettable experiences, activities, events, and hidden gems in Egypt. With our seamless user experience, travelers and locals can easily discover and book personalized experience in the field of history, adventure, arts and culture, wellness, and more, all in one app. We are starting from Egypt, where Egypt has always been every tourist's dream destination for its rich history, breathtaking landscapes, and vibrant culture. And we are on a mission to transform the way travelers and locals experience Egypt. And Egypt is the beginning. With our lightweight digital asset, we are expanding soon to the MENA region and bringing our solution to more incredible destinations. With Fusha, we're not only changing the way travelers and locals experience a country, but we're also helping our experience providers in the tourism industry to digitize their bookings and payments and boost their revenues. Before I conclude, I want to thank you so much for your support in this competition. By winning this competition on World Tourism Day, it's not only an honor, but also a proof to our shared belief in the power of innovation and digitalization in the tourism industry. Fusha is available on App Store and Google Play. You can download by scanning this QR code, and we invite you to join us while we make it easy for people and businesses to try new experiences, create memories, and connect with nature and each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Fusha. Now I invite Xenius Academy to present the project.
Dear Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have memorized this speech, but there are way too many cameras here and lights, so I will be referring to my paper a lot. So I have a secret that I want to share with you. I am a neuroscientist, but out of all of these fancy, highly technical, incredible things that I have learned over the past decade in my lab at the University of California, San Diego, my absolute favorite one is also the simplest one. It is also the one that unites us the most. And that is that people are people, and they share the same fundamental needs, transcending nations, industries, and job titles. Both a CEO and a waitress have the same fundamental need for connection, the longing to make a meaningful contribution, and the hunger for purpose. When these needs are met at the workplace, something magical happens. Our employees are motivated, inspired, and exponentially more engaged. I am Jaljana Babic. I am the CEO and the co-founder of Zenius Academy, an edtech startup with a mission to assist tourism establishments boost their profits by solving one of the most persistent pain points that almost every single one of these establishments faces: the need for a highly efficient but time and cost-effective training program, especially in our post-pandemic workforce that has an increasingly short attention span. So in addition to a plethora of amazing courses, our app is utilizing multiple innovative technologies, such as AI and machine learning, along with gamification principles and neuroscience fundamentals, because it is finally time to modernize and bring the tourism education to a whole new level. Our end goal is to genuinely motivate and interest employees in learning, and in some ways help them meet those fundamental needs that I mentioned at the beginning of my speech. Finally, while we began our journey thinking of these small and medium businesses, very quickly we realized the potential to scale and to make a lot larger impact. And we can do that by white labeling our platform to academic institutions, government training programs, and various tourism subsectors. I firmly believe that we are creating something extraordinary, and I hope that you will share the same sentiment. I feel inspired to be the part of this journey, and I hope that you will be too, either as a partner, investor, mentor, or someone simply to have a cup of coffee with us and share some wisdom. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you, UNWTO, for having us, and big congratulations to our fellow winners. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Zenius. This is very interesting, from neuroscience to tech and tourism. Thank you. I would like to also introduce the judges in this competition. The judges of the Women in Tech Startup competition, which comprises of leaders in innovation and entrepreneurship across the public and private sectors. Our judges are Natalia Bayona, Executive Director at UNWTO. Also, please allow me to introduce the other judges. We have Ms. Rola Fattal, who's the HR Director at Al Musafir, and Mr. Ahmed Dawood, the Executive Director on Innovation at the Royal Commission of Al Ula, and Mr. Rami Al-Ghamdi, who's the General Manager at SMARC. If we can please give a round of applause to our judges. Together, these judges assessed applications from across the region, from women-led startups to select winners across our 4 categories, leveraging their expertise and experience to select the startups with the highest potential. Now, if you allow me to invite the Secretary General of the UN World Tourism Organization to hand over the trophies. Your Excellency. Yes.
Yes, please. Okay. This is next part of the gifts for New Year. I'm very happy and I want to congratulate not only the winners but all participants. I want to thank Natalia, her team, all participants, because we started this tradition to give awards 3 years ago to see what is happening in tourism industry and how can we support entrepreneurs, startups, and I'm very happy to see that now we focused on women. This is something first time we are doing, and again, symbolically, it's very nice that we are doing on World Tourism Day. So, congratulations. We will start the award ceremony. And it's not only this nice trophy, we want to be closer to you. Our doors are open, and please use us. I mean, sometimes we have a lot of conferences, lots of meetings, but our team, which is here in Riyadh's office, they are in Madrid, are 24 hours ready and happy to support you, to introduce you and other entrepreneurs and other companies or ministers where you can, let's say you're a businesswoman, no? To sell your products, to increase and to help your businesses worldwide, and this is our role. We have 160 member states, 160 countries means 160 markets. So use us, and sometimes it will work, sometimes not. But you have to try, and we will help. So congratulations again, and thank you very much for active and very interesting presentations. Thank you.
Okay, so winner of category 1, travel tourism experience, Sparkle and Haze. Picking up the prize, Kirti Kantel, CEO and founder.
Maybe you can do it.
Congratulations.
So, winners of category 2, social impact, Plastus. Picking up the prize, No Falshami. Winner of category 3, events and community, Fosha winner. Picking up the prize, CEO and founder Mina Aid. And last but not least, as my dear Natalia always says, winner of category 4 for Future Tech, Seniors Academy, picking up the prize, our brain specialist, scientist, Selina Babi. For the group photo, we'll have the gentleman too.
Maria.
You want to come and say yes?
Okay. I'm sorry, I decided to break a little bit protocol and to help a little bit Maria to work. She's very tired, as all of us. Okay, I will be co-MC now. I want to ask you to raise the hands who was, until today, who visited Uzbekistan. Expect. Okay. Very happy to see that only few, and our dear friend from Uzbekistan, he didn't raise a hand. It's okay, but I really want to invite, and I have this right to invite because Uzbekistan is the place where we will have our General Assembly. I will say that who likes football, it's like World Cup, which we have every 2 years. The main and most important event. Of course, we have many events, and thanks again. And today's one of the best World Tourism Day we are celebrating at that level. It's never happened. It was mentioned many times this morning. General Assembly in Samarkand. I will not bother you more because all day you are listening to me. It's too much. Again, I will ask Maria to continue. And I really want to invite you, encourage you to be there, to come, to visit this fantastic country. Another very interesting place where government and private sector are investing a lot. They are investing in education. They are investing in tourism infrastructure, in education. I don't want to say all the surprises you will see there. Again, I kindly want to invite you, all of them, and it will be unique and really fantastic experience for all of you. And I saw that many of you never traveled there. And please come and please enjoy Uzbek great hospitality, culture, food, people, and many other things you will see on the side. The tourism is good and nice because you can't do everything by this virtual conferences and virtual. You have to travel and you have to be on the ground, and this is the place to be. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for my intervention.
Co-moderator, I'm going to hire you, yes. Excellent co-moderator. Thank you so much, Secretary General. And just thank you once again to these amazing CEOs, young entrepreneurs. What an amazing initiative. Thank you, Basma Al-Maiman. A huge congratulations again to the winners, Sparkle Hayes, Plastis, Fosha, and Xenius Academy. Thank you, ladies. We wish you the best with your projects. Wow, my favorite session so far, really fantastic. Okay, as the Secretary General explained, the UNWTO General Assembly is held every 2 years and gathers the top representatives of the organization's member states, as well as tourism leaders from the public and private sectors, local authorities, academia, and media. And for the first time, the Assembly will be held in Uzbekistan, Samarkand, on the 16th to the 20th of October, in only 3 weeks' time. From the host country, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mr. Aziz Abduhakimov, Minister of Ecology, Environment Protection and Climate Change of the Republic of Uzbekistan, to the stage. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of Uzbekistan, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the hospitality and outstanding organization of the World Tourism Day. My special thanks goes to His Excellency Zurab Polokashvili and the UNWTO team for long-standing friendship and continuous effort in uniting nations and people around tourism, which is becoming ever stronger, resilient, and sustainable. The landscape of tourism sector is rapidly shifting, and in the context of the new challenges that the world is facing, from COVID-19 pandemic to climate change, the need for collective action in transforming the sector towards sustainability, inclusion, and socio-economic prosperity is essential. As such, designing and implementing innovative approaches to tourism development across the globe is key. Yesterday, together with their excellencies, Minister Al-Hatib and Secretary General Polakashvili, I had the pleasure of visiting an ambitious and daring Daria project located within the UNESCO-listed World Heritage Site here in Riyadh. I was so pleased to see the initial results of this project. Active private sector involvement manifested in buzzing restaurants and cafes, families enjoying public spaces, and children riding quite a unique Arabic carousel. However, apart from being impressed by the scale and architectural beauty of the project, I also noticed some similarities in the way Saudi Arabia and Uzbekistan approach tourism development. This thought made me increasingly happy, as it shows that despite cultural, geographical, and economic differences, we do share a common vision about tourism development. Some elements of Daria reminded me of the Eternal City project located within the new Silk Road Touristic Center in the ancient city of Samarkand. And this is where just in 19 days, the 25th UNWTO General Assembly will take place, to which you are all cordially invited. Perhaps many of you heard about Samarkand, the city where the likes of Alexander the Great, Marco Polo, Ibn Battuta found inspiration, realized their victories and discoveries. Located in the heart of the Silk Road and at the crossroads of ancient civilizations, Samarkand boasts on its amazing UNESCO-listed cultural heritage sites, unique culinary tradition, and warm-hearted people. Today, the city is fully embracing Uzbekistan's dynamic growth, and Samarkand is rapidly transforming into a modern hub for tourism, investments, education, and culture. In the past few years, Samarkand has become a center point for several global events, from the EBRD annual meeting and Food Security Summit of FAO to a series of the UN events on biodiversity, desertification, and, of course, most importantly, the UNWTO General Assembly. His Excellency Zurab Polakashvili visited Samarkand, and we personally were involved in the program design for the General Assembly. There are several highlights on the agenda, which will be a continuation of today's stimulating discussions. The General Assembly will have Tourism Investment Forum, where we can further discuss green tourism investment opportunities. Education Forum, which will gather leading educational institutions in tourism. Best Tourism Villages Award Ceremony. Cultural nights, and I promise it will be really amazing. And the official opening of the UNWTO Tourism Academy and Tourism on the Silk thematic office. We would like also to seek your support in adopting a resolution on declaring Samarkand as the World Cultural Tourism Capital. I am pleased to announce that the government of Uzbekistan has organized a charter flight between Madrid and Samarkand. And to this day, more than 100 countries headed by their respective ministers have confirmed their attendance. Tourism today needs new products and skills, new approaches and new destinations to drive the sector into the sustainability, prosperous and resilient future. Uzbekistan is actively embracing this need for tourism transformation, and as Condé Nast Traveler and Lonely Planet put it, Uzbekistan is one of those hidden tourist gems that await to be explored by visitors from all around the world. On behalf of the government of Uzbekistan, once again, we invite you all to join us in Samarkand at the 25th UNWTO General Assembly, which will become a platform for more collaboration, integration, and shared vision. Thank you once again, Your Excellency Al-Khatib, for leading by example and gathering us all here today to celebrate the World Tourism Day in such a wonderful company and setting. Thank you for your attention. Rahmat.
I love that. See you in Samarkand. I really think you convinced the entire room to go to Uzbekistan. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Mr. Aziz Abdul Hakimov, Minister of Ecology, Environmental Protection and Climate Change. Thank you so much once again. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of day one of the World Tourism Day 2023 celebration. And just thank you so much to our fantastic audience. And there is a lot to be grateful for. We had a fantastic day, but just to say, you know, we saw the crucial role today of the private sector in advancing entrepreneurship within the tourism sector. A fantastic example here of our young female CEOs. Congratulations once again. And all through strong public-private partnerships that we've been seeing. And the scale of this event here today in Riyadh, 120 countries represented here today, incredible, really underscores Saudi Arabia's deep commitment to developing the global tourism sector, aligned with its Vision 2030's focus on tourism and sustainability. And that was emphasized, as we heard, by His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, the Minister of Tourism for Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much. And in line with these ideals, the UNWTO tirelessly works to make tourism a cornerstone of trust, international cooperation, and a major driver of growth and opportunity, which was also highlighted by His Excellency Mr. Zurab Pololikashvili, Secretary General of the World Tourism Organization, and also my co-MC. Fantastic new job that I have just given him. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude World Tourism Day 2023. On behalf of His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Al-Khatib, Minister of Tourism of Saudi Arabia, and once again, His Excellency Pololikashvili, Secretary General of the World Tourism Organization, we look forward to seeing you here tomorrow for day 2. See you at the Tourism Leaders Forum tomorrow. Thank you all so much. Shukran jazilan for being part of this meaningful tourism journey and World Tourism Day celebration 2023. Shukran jazila. Ila liqa. See you tomorrow. Ma salama. Bye-bye.